everybody. I do apologize for the later start. I know that's a more common thing for Fridays, but it's also been just a week of this sort of stuff, and I never feel good about it. But sometimes these things can't be helped. But we are going to be enjoying more Book of Hours. I don't want to try and put some kind of a limit around Book of Hours, and like when the game is done, it'll be done. And what I wanted to do was get in early in terms of letting people know what the overall plans for the stream are. Because it has been a while now where I've been playing Book of Hours exclusively. Every broadcasting day is Book of Hours. And in fact, some people who specifically like another game that I play, which I was also given by developers for promotional purposes, they're kind of wondering if I'm still playing those games, and that's inevitably going to happen with any game, right? Like I don't do this for a living, so I have a limited number of days, let alone the hours with which to broadcast certain games. And I very specifically planned that when Book of Hours came out, that was a special event, that was something from developers that I quite like, and it was a game that I really felt was one that was aligned with the sort of thing that I wanted to do with the broadcast, and so I was quite comfortable making that choice. But the fact of the matter is that I do play other games, and I think, for the same reason that it is interesting to do games like Book of Hours and to have lots of different experiences or knowledge to put into the game, I think the same can be said, and this is true for other games as well. So I don't have any immediate plans to do this, but I did just want to let people know that I suspect probably when I finish this playthrough, I'm going to start folding in other games to the rotation as well. So most likely we would see Old World and Phantom Brigade returning to the rotation first, and then I'd probably juggle things around. I know there's going to be a big update to Cyberpunk, and I'd kind of like to do a bit more of that game at some point. And then there are a few other things that I've really wanted to do for a while, and just the opportunities haven't quite been there. So this is not to say that I'm going to be giving up on Book of Hours. This is not to say that you should prepare for the game to go away anytime soon. But I did just want to sort of say it has been wonderful for growth for the channel, and I've really appreciated the fact that there are more people here and engaging. And specifically, I wanted to highlight the people who are engaging in a respectful way. These are all nice things to have as a broadcaster, and it is certainly true that for a lot of people, in order to grow their channels, they do often become broadcasters for a specific type of game. And as much as I like that idea, obviously doing better at something that you do would be, it's hard not to feel good about that. I don't really have an intention of becoming a full-time Book of Hours broadcaster. I don't even know if that is sustainable or possible. So the idea here, I think the idea will be that I start folding in other playthroughs of games once we complete Book of Hours. I will probably do another run of Book of Hours on a dedicated day, or maybe once every couple of weeks. And then the main area where you'll be able to see Book of Hours will be on YouTube. And then I'll, of course, be combining that with Cultist Simulator, which is still a wonderful game. It just happens to be one that maybe is getting a little less attention because of its follow-up being the new thing. So I wanted to get that out of the way and just say, again, it's nothing that we immediately need to think about, but it is something that I did want to just draw people's attention to. I sort of feel it's best to let people know ahead of time when there's going to be a change along those lines. Now, as is maybe implied, or I'm sort of explicitly said it, but let's just get it out of the way here. I am also playing a copy of the game that was given to me from Weather Factory, specifically for promotional purposes. So I am clearly very fond of the game. I've spent a lot of time in it, both as a beta tester, but also as a very satisfied player. But if you are making a purchasing decision based off of these videos, it would be good to just keep that interest in mind. I try to be as upfront as I can about this sort of thing, mostly because I would hate it's a two-way street on these things. One, if I fail to disclose that and it winds up being something that creates a problem, or perhaps is something that you're uncomfortable with, the idea that I tried to hide it might hurt your perceptions of the game, and as a result, you miss on something that I actually think is very special and a very worthwhile game. But of course, on the other hand, I don't want a situation where people who maybe aren't going to be into the game, people who might, for whatever reason, right? It may not be their sort of thing, and if my enthusiasm kind of comes across and promotes some kind of a sale. I mean, I would feel bad about that in general, but particularly if someone had bought the game and sort of did so on the basis of information that, I think, I don't even need to really unpack it that much. But I think basically the idea here is that nobody likes to be in a situation where they make a decision and find out the reasons for that decision weren't true. I've had that happen to me at work. I've had that happen to me in a lot of different places in life, and that has never been something that I've felt happy about when I find out about it. And so if I can, I like to minimize the situations where people will feel that way with things that I've done. So consider yourself warned. Now, one other thing that I wanted to say before I jumped into the game is that I noticed that Cultist Simulator got a big update recently. So this is another statement. We know that Weather Factory already has plans for DLC, and in fact, the plans for DLC were in place before the game was released, with the Perpetual Edition, which if you see this logo in the bottom left-hand corner here, you know you have that. They want to make sure that when they make an offer along those lines, that it is actually valuable for people. So even if this game wasn't successful, they would have been making DLC for the game. However, the scope might have been smaller for them. You do need to eat, and I hear that there may have been some changes to a particular game engine which might be made with this game, and so people might be thinking about what their budgets look like. Although, as far as I can tell, I suspect Weather Factory will probably have to wind up paying the new Unity fees, but I have to imagine that I don't know. I don't see how the sorts of situations people are talking about where people would get bankrupted by the fee, if that can even happen at all. I just don't see where that would apply to this game here. But I mean, that's a totally separate conversation that will be handled by the different businesses. It's the sort of thing that doesn't affect us when we play the game. I think the developers have a clear idea. Any developer, I'm not specifically just speaking about Weather Factory, but I think developers have a clear idea about how they're going to run their businesses. And sort of our jobs as customers to decide whether or not the prices at which they charge things, and whether or not the game that they made is worth playing. I try not to spend too much time fussing about things that aren't directly related to my enjoyment of the game. But yeah, in any case, the choice to make DLC was always there because they want to make sure that when they advertise a Perpetual Edition that people are in fact getting something of value. I have no idea what the expectations for Book of Hours were relative to its actual performance. It seems to have done well. Olaf, I'm very happy to see you. I actually felt a bit bad about starting late, but the reason why I'm happy to see you, other than just generally being happy to see you, I made coffee. Perhaps it was the coffee and the title that brought you in, but I actually don't know. Did you... Oh, wonderful. Did you, by any chance, get a chance to see the article? Because I figured that might be one that you like. What was I going to say? But yeah, in any case, so it would seem, we can look forward to some support for Book of Hours beyond what they've already been doing for the game, just in the form of extra content. But it's also worth remembering for those of you that are new to Weather Factory's games, Cultist Simulator has been getting years of updates, and the game is quite a bit better for it. I liked Cultist Simulator at the very beginning, but I suspect even some of the improvements that were made for Book of Hours were sort of passed back to Cultist Simulator, and that still seems to be going. In this case, Weather Factory doesn't seem to have just sort of dropped support for Cultist Simulator. So as a result, we're benefiting from both. Excellent. Thank you for saying so, Olaf. If you want, I can send you a message. There was one person, and I want to be careful about this because this is a fun story to tell, but I don't want it to come off as being too unkind to the person who wrote it. But I did get one bit of feedback which seemed to suggest that they thought the article was serious. So I like I said, the thing is, like, you never want to set up a situation where you get proofreading from people where if they say something that you don't like or you don't agree with, that they become the object of mockery, because anybody who reads your stuff in advance will, is doing you a favor. And I think that's a good thing that should be appreciated. But on the other hand, it can actually be very amusing, when you write something like that and it's taken seriously. It's hard not to get a chuckle out of it, right? So, but yeah, I was because I had directly gotten that article, or that response to that article from a reader who I'd specifically kind of gone out of my way to share it with. I was a little curious how it might be received in the wider world. So I'm happy you liked it. All right, let's jump into the game. Watchman's Tree. Hush House is one of the 9 great libraries of the Watchman's Tree, and I can't read the rest of it because curse my awesome solid state drive. All right, and actually I think I have a pretty open day today, so I know we were going to be working on Path and Pilgrim. I suppose the question here for Path and Pilgrim would be, do I want to try... Do I want to try reading the books to boost that level? Or do I want to try my chances with Mrs. Kill? I suppose with Mrs. Kill, the best that I could get would be a... Oh, hang on. I'm completely forgetting what playthrough I'm in. I can't get Mrs. Kill. I get Reverend Timothy. Okay, so I can take my chances with conversations, but I suppose the only things that are relevant to Path and Pilgrim we could really wind up with here would be fear and gossip. I'm sure I'm forgetting something else, but I actually think there's only 2 memories that might be relevant here, so it may be better for me to commit some elements of the soul to just pull these out of books. Now, on top of that, we've got the Carbonex Schism and Unhatched Hymns. We are at the start of spring, so I feel like it would be better... Oh, no, yeah, I know exactly how I'm doing this. Okay, so Path and Pilgrim, I need to keep Rose and Scale open, and because I don't have any Rose, we need to set aside the health. So these are 2 that are spoken for. So I've got Wistfost, Shapt, and Trist to work with. And the easy answer here is just to read the relevant texts. So in this case, we'll read Exorcism for Girls to take care of fear. I think Perugian Diaries gives me songs, but I think it's the Karashim Portalan that gives me gossip. Let me take a quick look at... Wow, I forgot to open my spreadsheet. Sorry about that. Oh, I never did work out what text was missing. I'm gonna have to do that after stream. Karish and Portalon will do that. It turns out there's a couple of others as well, but... I like that I'm getting a little bit of a memory for this stuff, but I feel like I should be checking a a wider variety of books. One, so I can read them more often, but number two, so I can... just so I can get that familiarity when I play subsequent playthroughs. So off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you what the Orchid Transfigurations 2 or 3 gives me. I think one of them gives me an intuition, but I couldn't tell you which one. And then the other thing is just, the more that I do that, the more likely I'm going to wind up just kind of remembering the general look of the book. So for instance, it's easy for me to find Apollo and Marsyas, not just because of its location in the library, but I just know look for the red book with A and M on it. And I sort of remember Perugian Diaries is a little bit like that. Yeah, so Karish and Portalon sitting exactly beside an item that I'm more familiar with. But anyways, we'll make it all work out. So there we go. We've got 2 of the 3 required, so that was Fear and Gossip. And we might as well go for the Intuition, so... let's take the Concursum Diaries. And actually, if you will, a bit 101, thank you very much for the host. How are you doing? You weren't playing, Book of Hours, were you? I was actually just about to say that I'm gonna step away and put on a t-shirt because it's quite hot here and I've got long sleeves, but it's a raid. Thank you very much for the raid, bit. But yeah, were you playing Book of Hours today? I don't think I saw you online. I guess I can click on your channel and see what's going on, but how are you? We had a lovely time cruising on the Sunless. Ah, very nice. Do you have a particular, from what I understand, there's a few different endings that you can go for. Is there one in particular that you're going for, or are you just enjoying the time? But yeah, sorry, I'm not going to put up a break or anything like that. I am just going to run off for a quick second to get myself into something that's not going to make me melt over the course of the evening. It's probably the hot coffee that's messing with me. That is actually one game I feel like I should try on stream at some point, but I've not actually played it. Okay, so we've got the 3 lessons that we need for our Path and Pilgrim. The next thing that we're going to do is read Unhatched Hymns, and that'll basically be all of the elements of the soul spoken for, but that's not a problem because we're making some decent progress for today's work. So in this case, we'll take the unspoken hero of Book of Hours. We'll read Caller's Desk. A desk as severe and practical as Caller's himself. So, the Unhatched Hymns. Hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Menascate. So we have to add Sabazine for this. Sabazine. There is a history where Alexander defeated first the great knot of Sabazos and then the King of Kings. There is another history where instead he learnt from them. How many more? If we curl our hands into the correct shapes, we may yet understand. And this is a shame. There seems to be some kind of an imperfection in my armrest. I'm probably going to have to message the manufacturer about that. All right. Perhaps you've provided enough lantern, but not enough to match Mystery Lantern. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. Well, we add Auroral Contemplations, and we get the required, more than the required, 10 lantern. I can master this mystery enough lantern to match Mystery Lantern. We do actually also get lantern from the language as well. So now we just wait. Now, in terms of overall plans for today, I think the idea here is to read whatever books that I can reasonably quickly. With Sabazine, we didn't have that many that we sort of unlocked in terms of what we need to read. So we've got 2 in Kernvik. We've got 2 in Ramsund. I'll put these back. Now, one of them is a Newman, so that's still quite powerful. We've got a bunch in Vac. We've actually got several shelves worth of Vac. This is one that we can read sort of whenever we want, The Dream of the Conspiracies of Lower Skies, or it may be that I may have to put a little bit of effort into getting the Grail that I need, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility, and as a result I want to follow up on. And then finally we have our Crack Track texts, which I'd love to read, but... Oh, that's right, we also have Deep Mendiac. So in this case, I was a little disappointed to wind up with Sabazine, not because it's a disappointing language, but rather just because there's, out of most of the texts that I have, Deep Mendiac or Vac would be the ones that have, they would be the ones that sort of have the most, or the largest number of texts available to me. And then in the case of Crack Track, this would be the one that has sort of the most powerful texts that are available to me. But we'll figure this all out. Okay, the Concursum Diaries, the diaries of the explorer and murderer Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. There are map legends, there are maps of legends, and there are legends of maps. Aspects of the Mansis subsist in all of these, in much the same way that you find water in a swamp, and in a cup, and in the sky. Sorry, I'm just going to take a second here to get the last of the coffee out of the pot and into the cup. And Westergren describes a series of expeditions into the Mansis. He focuses on the details of the experience, the colors, the vistas, the textures, rather than the practicalities. He does warn that the Mansis changes each year, although he assures the reader that the doors have been the same. Doors may close, but they never disappear, at least not while there have been mortals in the Mansis. We're like mice. So for that we got an intuition. You just know, you know? Now moving on, we can go to Ambrose's desk. The Carisham Portalon, a beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated portalon, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. It quickly becomes clear that many of its destinations no longer exist or never existed in any traditional sense, but the annotations remain fascinating. The routes to Noon, the long sanctuary across the Western Sea, may remain viable. 2 pages have been gummed together. When teased apart, they reveal a route to Ye's Behind the Wave, marked in red and gold inks with heavily underlined warnings. Here the final city, strike the hours, lest earth and sky break open. And I don't think I quite recognized this at the time, but when we talk lest earth and sky break open, this could in fact be a reference to Scale and Sky sort of appearing in the world of Secret Histories now. Okay, one more text for us to work with. Exorcism for Girls. Simple but forceful techniques for rousting unbefitting spirits, written in straightforward and colorful language. Blake seems uncertain at points whether the techniques are intended for use by or on girls. She clearly regards children as a nuisance. There's advice on the shapeless wood things known as raw prophets is typically practical. 1. Discourage them with buckets of water as close to freezing, and with smoke of dried lemongrass. 2. Under no circumstances kiss them or receive kisses from them. 3. An effective formula provided for laundering clothes stained with prophet slime. And there is our fear. So with that, we're going to be able to upgrade Path and Pilgrim. Now this one is fairly important for us because it will give us some more rows, and as a result, some of the too difficult chests might become available to us. So let's just get that worked on. At the end of this, we will have 5 rows. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. I'm trying to remember what I was leaving the Fosta side for. I think it was probably to read the existing text. We'll see what happens. I can use this to earn a little bit of money. I can use this to read Wrapped in the King and get a persistent memory back. There's a number of different things that I can do, but we'll wait to see what we get from other actions. One thing I am a little disappointed with myself in is not only do I have reasonably powerful marks, but I actually have the ability to create reasonably powerful marks. So I can create a year tally whenever I want, and yet I have not used it in anything. Now again, that's probably for lack of practice and experimentation in terms of the different crafting stations. So not only am I looking to get more recipes, but I'm also looking to just try the different workstations with different combinations. And generally, the text in the game is a good guide for these sorts of things. So my regrets or my wish list is a function of the fact that I just simply decided to do other things which did wind up paying off. But it is always worth recognizing when I've sort of fallen short of something that I would like to understand. Another good example of this would be that we got a pretty good indicator about something that Inks of Revelation might be able to make use of, or at the very least, how we might come about creating a certain encastum terminale. And that involves a combination of rows along with other things, which wouldn't be normal, right? In fact, I may be wrong about this combination, but what I'm gathering is that there are other aspects that need to come in play, which is quite different from how I've normally crafted things, which is to combine similar aspects, right? So there's something kind of funny about having such a powerful lantern aspect and finding out that it's actually irrelevant to what you want to do. So in this case here, what the main effect is just going to be that I know about it, I want to experiment with it, but I'm also going to need to take some time and think about how I might go about achieving this particular goal. And again, that's always a question of just messing around a little bit with crafting, experimenting for a few different things. We certainly went down some paths, particularly with Edicts Martial, which wound up being very helpful for us. So these are all things that we can follow up on our own time, but as always, if you have a limited number of elements of the soul, you need to decide how you want to spend the time. Alright, the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased, so 5 rows and 4 scale. And what I'll do while we're waiting for the book to finish reading, we'll take a quick look and see if there's anything that I might have unlocked as a result. So this is now our red pile. So where did I put the 2 difficult? I think it was in the librarian's quarters. Yeah. Okay, so our worst is 10. Or sorry, our best is 10, and our worst is 14. So I would think probably with the 5, I'm still quite sure. Well, not exactly. Okay, so here's roughly what I'm thinking about in terms of how I can attack some rose text. So we'll pick up anything that's 10. I don't think I want to try 12 yet. So for table stakes, for nothing, I'm not going to try and do anything fancy with rose. If we take the oh, actually, you know what? I probably got ahead of myself. So let's just take a minute and think that through properly. So we've got Path and Pilgrim, which is worth the 5. We've got the Book of Maya, which requires 10. So we take Path and Pilgrim with the 5. We add a Rose Memory, which would be which would take it up to 7. Yeah, okay, no, I've got roughly what I need here. So yeah, we take it up to 7 with the Rose Memory, then we add the Lunar Globe, which will bring it up to 8, and then essentially what we do is we wait for a for a chance that asks for a memory or an object or something like that. So not my best chance, but certainly better than nothing. And I don't know what I do with the rest of these, but I should feel comfortable at least going up to 10 in terms of rows. I'll maybe also take a second here and make sure. Yeah, so none of these have the rose aspect. All right, let's take a look at our new book. So, Unhatched Hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworks, and name of the hour called Menascate. The hymns venerate of every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next, madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if that's a reference to the ability to subvert certain aspects. The hymn of the phases celebrates the Menascate from whom we do not turn, for the truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The hymn of the reflections, more puzzlingly, celebrates the Menascate as the sister of Janus, mother of shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. So let's take a look at what we got for our trouble. Excellent. I was wondering when I would get this. So Sacra Solis Invicti, which is the first time I've ever seen this lesson. And we got, a Savage Hymn. Okay, so that doesn't quite help me. But this is actually the first time I've gotten a Savage Hymn from... Oh, hang on. No, I've gotten a Savage Hymn from one other book, it turns out. Okay. Oh no, the Savage Hymn does help me with leveling up, so I believe we're going to be able to get this at level 2 no matter what. So first things first, let's consider so acquire Sacra Solis Invicti, use this lesson to acquire new skill. I do want to see what its aspects are, and this will be a level 2 at the start, so... So I've seen this sign in so many sort of like screenshots and other people's playthroughs. I don't watch too carefully on some playthroughs, but there are some people who are, earlier in the game who I share things with, and or do a host or something like that. And I've always wanted, because you just look at that sign, it's like, oh man, this is really lined up with the things I'm interested in this setting. There's a number of interesting things here. So, the rites of the Church of the Unconquered Sun and certain secrets of the gods from light. So yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that this is basically Weather Factory tracking which version of the game I got and trolling me by making this possibly the last skill that I've gotten. We are at 61 skills in my spreadsheet. So in addition to the fact that this is, aligned with things that I'm interested in, it actually has probably my two favorite aspects in the Book of Hours setting. Like I said, I've gotten a little more, to a certain extent, there is, I think, some value in, having a favorite principle or a favorite hour or something like that, but to just sort of say you're only one note is sort of missing out a little bit, I feel, because, these are sort of representations of principles that are operating, at a very fundamental level of reality. So to sort of say, to say that you have no interest in Moth is I kind of feel it's like akin to saying that you don't like that side of you that brings inspiration and, and spontaneity. And that's not right? Like, I may have a certain interest in the things that Lantern represents, but that doesn't mean that I don't see the value or the importance of things like Grail. But likewise, people have different quantities of things. A little bit like the elements of the soul, right? You have very Fausty people, very Shapty people, and then you have some people who would maybe be a little bit more Tristan Whist. But anyways, so there's one thing that I would like to do just to get get a handle on Sacrosolus Invicti. I don't expect too much out of this, but I think it would be helpful for me to just take a quick look at whatever kind of... oh, actually, I don't think I have that many Lantern inks now that I think of it. Might be better for me to use it at a... one of the alchemy tables. That's a start. I don't think the Levitic tincture... Well, I mean, it's got some Lantern, but I feel that we can do better. Phosphorescent scrapings, maybe? No. Maybe not. A lot of one Lantern, but I was hoping for something a little more exciting. Actually, I wonder, because it's occurred to me, we've gotten a few examples of the level 6 versions of a few items. So, for instance, the Sacrament Malachite, we've got the Sacrament Calcite. We also have the Sacrament Assite. But it has occurred to me that we haven't seen a Lantern equivalent to this. And I wonder if that will perhaps be in the lower chambers from the Dawn period. I may also just be missing something very obvious, but it's interesting. No! I wanted to check the... I'm actually possibly adding a little too much here, but... Okay, so we can start by crafting a Refulgen. Refulgen should be somewhere here. Wait, this one, right? Yeah. Okay, so the first thing that we can do... I'm doing this with Lantern first. So that gives me a start. So mix a pigment of blinding white, one that the church used for their rites before dissolution. Or for a scholar level recipe, if I add glass, I can resolve it to a more potent Lantern liquid, a sacred substance. So if we drop that, and we add sand, which I think should be down here. Yeah. The Ichor Vitreous. Sacrosolus Invicti with Scholar level Lantern plus glass creates Ichor Vitreous. And we're actually only 2 Lantern away from the 15. So, the last question that I have here would be if there is a way for me to somehow add the Ichor Vitreous to a... to this recipe and somehow get the 15 lantern. No! Alright, so I've got things like the tangle brag, but that's still not gonna... It's still not gonna move me over. Okay, well that's something that I can work on, I think. I can try a few other things, so I suppose... Well, the chancel's not going to help, but perhaps if we use the solar altar, if I were to take the Faust, the Sacra Solis Invicti, the Dumos... Okay, so here it is... you know what? Yeah, that doesn't get applied. But this does. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so what's the deal here with the xanthotic essence not being acceptable? But the iotic is, because it's a fuel. Okay, so theoretically now I would need to find a 5 lantern object. And I'll be honest, it's not impossible to find something like that. I just don't think I have it. I'm probably just wasting time trying to force a higher level recipe that I'm not really ready for yet. So let's just leave that for now. But what I do want to try and do is get a bit of a read on the sky aspect as well. I do find it fun that it's even though it's Husher's desk, the pale desk, it's one that does actually produce... Oh, now that's interesting. So apparently I didn't keep the top level music. That feels a little unusual for me. Okay, well, we can still add sky here. So we definitely want to add the the Mazarine Fife is going to be the obvious item to add here, but okay, so we're one short of the sky, and I can't see how I would... Well, maybe alchemy? We'll see. Okay, so we get a confounding parable. So I suppose the real question here would be with the 7. So the lack of sky is going to be a challenge, but let's just play for a little bit. Oh, for heaven's sake. Yes, I do have the high level sky item. It just doesn't look like music because it isn't music anymore. That was very silly of me. In fact, let's try that again. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get what I need out of it, but for heaven's sake, let's at least try and see what the game recommends. Yeah, so the Mazarine Fife will definitely push us past 10, so that'll at least give us a hint in terms of what it's looking for. Alright, so if I add wood, I can use these this insights to enchant an instrument. So presumably this gives us the Mazarine Fife as well. So I will see if I can produce that. So a workbench should be able to help us. We aren't actually going to build it, but yeah, okay. And in fact, it looks like I had a question mark for oronoscopy, so let's just take a minute to verify that as well. Ah. Well, that complicates things. That uncomplicates them. So yeah, sorry, this is a little bit... I kind of sometimes feel like I'm putting the playthrough on hold while I'm sorting this stuff out, but holy smokes is it helpful to just have a spreadsheet that if I... Like, so one of the things that I like to do with the spreadsheet is if I feel like there is an error, you know, I'll make a marking for it, but there's also something to be said that when you actually take the time to maintain a document, above and beyond just the actual contents of that document, but simply the knowledge that when there is an opportunity to improve things, you take it. To me, at least, that winds up having a very large impact in terms of just the, I guess for lack of a better term, like the credibility when it comes time to sort of make some decisions based off of what's in there. Now, that's interesting. So it doesn't take wood at this crafting bench. That surprises me. Okay, so this does complicate things a bit. So this does, but it doesn't like oronoscopy. But the oronoscopy... Well, I can't probably use it with a telescope because the telescope likely won't want wood. Okay. It'd be hard to see how the foundry fixes this, but doesn't hurt to look. Okay, so this one wound up actually hurting me a little bit more than I thought it would. And yet I was able to make the Mazarine fife, so clearly there was something I was able to do to make this work. So when it comes to... Well, let's go back to the start. So with oronoscopy, what I need here would be moon and sky. So it's a workbench that will accept... Well, it doesn't have to be a workbench, is probably the first thing I should say. But something that takes moon as an input. And would allow me to put wood in as well. I do tend to neglect the lower levels, although in this case I think for good reason, because I don't think it really provides me anything to work with here. And then Nocturnary always winds up surprising me. I think we found it. So Faust's not allowed. But I can add it here. Yeah, so this is going to get a little complicated, but... Oh. Okay, well I have to... Alright, yeah, so... I think that's going to have to remain a mystery, but that is fine. I'm reasonably confident in terms of it providing what we need. So we don't need to dwell too much more on this. I will level this up to level 2 and we will move on. However, and I do apologize that it's been less than an hour for this, I actually kind of need to go to the bathroom. I was late getting started, so I sort of rushed, and I think it would not be a bad idea for me to just do that and not feel like super urgent in terms of how I'm reading everything. But when I'm back, we will finish out the rest of the day. And then I suspect what's going to be happening is not only are we going to be reading some books, but we may actually start getting a bit of a chain of events going where we wind up reading a lot more Rose texts because of some of the things that we get. In addition, we may also find that we start clearing out a few more curses based on what we find here. But again, these will all be things that we deal with after a small break. So, and I am going to run ads on this one just because I figure it's nice to give people a chance to avoid the pre-roll, especially if I'm going to be running off and not doing anything. So if you don't have anything better to do, I encourage you to at least stop by, or step away, get a drink of water, stretch your legs, do whatever. But I'm suspecting that the advertising will not be any more interesting than whatever else you can come up with. So we'll see you in hopefully a couple minutes. Okay, thank you everybody for your patience. Now, I took a minute to refill some water as well, but I did also take the opportunity to just take a peek at something, and I sort of forgot this fun little detail. So I can jump right back into the game, and I know that's in many ways preferable, but I am curious. Would anybody like to read a very secret history sounding thing that I just read during the break? I'll say I can leave that for another time. But if anybody would be interested in hearing that, it's fresh in my mind now, and I thought that it might be a little fun to go into if somebody would like to hear it. But again, I won't go. Sure, okay. So I know some of you are going to roll your eyes hearing this, but this is from my Plotinus book. So this is from Porphyry's The Life of Plotinus. So Porphyry was a student of Plotinus. And this is essentially the beginning to the Enneads. So the specific title for this is On the Life of Plotinus and the Order of His Books by Porphyry of Tyre. And generally, if you are going to be reading an unabridged edition of the Enneads, this will usually be at the very front of it. And in fact, often in some of the abridged editions, there's also this is also included. So I'm going to read a little bit more than is essential, but I think probably for those of you who are familiar with some of the secret history stuff, it's about a page and a half, I think. And I don't know. I think you can, if you once you've been touched by these games, it's always kind of fun to take a look at how little details in here just suddenly gain a certain relevance. So, On the Life of Plotinus and the Order of His Books by Porphyry of Tyre. Plotinus, the philosopher active during our own lifetime, gave the impression of being embarrassed about having a body. He certainly could not stand talking about his race, his parents, or his original homeland. He so disliked the idea of being painted or sculpted that when Emilius asked him to allow an image to be made, he said, "Isn't it enough that I have to carry around the image that nature has clothed me with?" Did he have to consent to leave behind a longer-lasting image of this image as if it were something worth looking at? Since he made it clear that for this reason he would refuse to sit for a portrait, Emilius got Carterius, the best painter of his generation, who happened to be his friend, to come to Plotinus's seminar and meet him. Anyone who wanted was allowed to attend these seminars. Emilius had him concentrate on looking at Plotinus so that over time he acquired a clear mental image of him. Then he drew a picture of his image, thus laid down in his memory. Emilius corrected the sketch and made it as true to life as possible, and in this way the skill of Catarius furnished us with a very close likeness of Plotinus, and Plotinus knew nothing about it. He often suffered from bowel trouble, but would not tolerate having an enema. He said that it was not appropriate for an old man to undergo that sort of therapy. He would not agree to take medicines derived from wild animals either. He did not, he said, want to derive nourishment from the bodies of even of domesticated animals. He stayed away from the baths and used to be rubbed down daily at home until, during a severe outbreak of plague, the people who rubbed him down were among those who died. He gave up the treatment then, but soon afterwards became afflicted with terrible throat infections. While I was with him, he never showed symptoms of anything of the sort, but after I went away he got the illness so badly that when I got back, Eustochius, a friend who was with him until he died, told me that he lost the clarity and depth of his voice. His sight was blurred, and his feet and hands ulcerated. This meant that his friends, of whom he always wanted to ask questions, had to be turned away, so he left the city of Zethus' estate in Campania. Zethus was an old friend of his who had died. His needs were supplied from Zethus' estate, or brought from that of Castricus in Minturno. Minturno. Minturno was where Castricus had his property. When he was on the verge of death, Eustochius was slow in getting to him, as he told us, because he was staying in Ptolemy. "I've been hanging on for you," said Plotinus. He breathed his last with his words. "Try to elevate the God within us to the divine in the universe." and a snake slid under the bed where he lay, and he disappeared into a hole that happened to be there in the wall. It was toward the end of the second year of Claudius's reign, and he was 66, so Eustochius said. When he died, I, Porphyry, happened to be residing in Lilybaeus. Amelius was in Ampea in Syria, and Castricus was in Rome. Only Eustochius was with him. So again, it's a little bit of a long story here. You get a little bit of an idea of the thinker, but I remember I was sort of just browsing over this, and I'd forgotten about the snake detail, and I was like, oh man, that's so, there's obviously an implication being made in that on its own, but I was particularly, once you start thinking of, the mother of ants and knock aspect and such, to have this great philosopher who wound up inspiring so many occult figures, which wind up being inspirations for Cultus Simulator itself, assuming, of course, that Plotinus himself or Porphyry are not direct inspirations for this. And I have reason to believe at the very least Porphyry is. But this idea of, the snake at the moment of Plotinus's death going away into the wall certainly is one that gains a certain resonance when you read or when you play Secret Histories games. So in one sense, you have what you would read if you were, let's say in a classics class or something like that, and then you play this game, and it happens to just sort of sit in your mind in a particular sort of way, and as a result, you wind up reading things from books in a different way. I don't know if it's quite the most elevated example that I can give. Obviously, if I'm reading these great and influential works of philosophy from the ancient world, and I'm putting them in this video game framing, I'm sure there would probably be a few eye rolls on the part of my professors, and yet I still think there's something kind of interesting about that. Anyways, we don't have too much more to do. It's actually just halfway through the day already, but I'm happy that we were able to clear the book and move on. So the Carbonex Schism is an easy one for us to do. I will start with that. Then we'll move on to the Book of Maya, and then afterwards, assuming that we still have enough time in the season, I might take a crack at the Dream of the Conspiracy of the Lower Skies. That is, of course, assuming that I don't have other rose texts that become available to me. And then, of course, I do have the option. I suppose, at minimum, I can get myself a little more change by renewing my Faust at the Sweet Bones. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Look at that description for earthquake name. Everything comes when it is called, even the nightmares that trouble stone's deep sleep. 6 scale, memory, persistent, and an omen. I do need to find a use for this soon, by the way, but as always, I need to consider the order in which I'm doing things. Better now. Right, and yeah, I think in this case we'll just go and help with letter. I mean, again, as always, I get the option of trying to do other things. I could try reading the Carbonex Schism, for instance, but I see as much value. Well, okay, actually, the one thing that's funny about the Carbonex Schism, if I read it now, then it would cross over into the early part of tomorrow, and I would be able to use my Elements of the Soul to upgrade it. I'm still going to go to the Sweet Bones and just help with letters, because that was my original plan. But it actually occurred to me I'm at a point now where it doesn't hurt as much to cover stuff over the course of the day, and that's because in the end I'm going to want to upgrade the skills that I get from the book. Anyways, I could help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Once we finish the books, incidentally, we'll start auditioning workers. So if the traveling nun comes by, I think we have what we need to be able to explore the sagging dock. And then as far as the honeyed forbidding, I actually think we're coming up short on that right now. Oh, that's right. No, if I use the sacrament malachite, I'm good. But it might be nice to see if I could somehow generate that on my own at some point. Again, something for me to follow up on. I'm not exactly in a rush to be able to unlock new rooms, just because I already have some more things that I can do right now. And even if I exhaust all of the books that are available to me, I still have crafting that I can practice, and that crafting will allow me to open up new rooms. All right, an afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Totally unrelated to Book of Hours, but I also forgot to mention that there was some nice Battletech news today. It looks like Piranha Games... I was actually a little worried with some of the changes at Embracer, and particularly with the acquisition of Piranha Games from Embracer. It seemed like they were being moved onto different projects, but it does appear that they are working on MechWarrior 5 Clans. All right, what have we got here? So we don't have enough money for Sunset Passages. That is a shame, because that would have been a useful one for us. But you know, it's the price we pay, right? I'm happy that I got the language that I did. I'm not going to complain about it. It does mean, however, that this is one of the cases where I've missed out on a book that I would like because I didn't have the money for it. Okay, I'm not going to bother waiting for the weather. I think we're going to jump straight into the Carbonic Schism. I'm going to leave the Tryst aside, and that's just because I already have what I need to be able to read this work. So we'll read that at Natan's desk. It's an apothecary's desk, all right, but it dates from at least 100 years after Natan of Regensburg came here. Of course, his son, his grandson, and his great-grandson were all Natans too. So we do need to add Sabazine. And in this case, let's do this in a different way. I'm going to try and find the simplest moth skill I can apply. So solutions and separations should do the trick. But I can't add the Faust. Alright, so in this case I do have to give up the Tryst, which makes me a little sad. In fact, in that case we don't even need the skill. Oh, I guess we do need the skill. Well, you know what, I'm not gonna make this too big of a deal, so I can master this mystery, enough moth to match mystery moth. Now, under normal circumstances, what I might do is just try to read the Book of Maya right now, but I do want to see what comes up with this text first, and then we can move on to the next one. It's a sunny day, so that might be kind of interesting when it comes to Sacra Solis Invicti, specifically with the music. Let's try the organ. Yeah, but we don't have music in this case, so I think we're still coming up short. I do also have the option of working the sweet bones, but again, if I reduce my day down to, you know, just gaining money, especially when I have 3 1-pound notes, that's just a fundamental misunderstanding of what I should be spending my time on here. Okay, the Carbonic Schism. The Order of Obliviots, on the brink of schism, assembles in a Bounds house identified only as Carbonic, after the Fisher King's castle of legend, where the No and the Long of the Order debate their long policy of non-involvement in matters of feather and scale. One of their number, the one recording their debates, describes how in desperation he has found some kind of solution in a volume of transcendent heresy, but dares not pursue it alone. He convinces a handful of other obliviots to depart Carbonek with him, while the others cross the sea to Port Noon. And in 5 seconds we will see the end of this story. In the last few pages, the author reveals himself as the no-adept Ambrose Westcott, writing in an uncharacteristically serious mode. This, by the way, this surprises me. He informs any who should find this work that he has returned the book he spoke of to Abbot Geoffrey's secret, where it can be retrieved with certain invocations of the Sacra Lamea. He hopes that one who has read this far and understood this much will find a history to determine. That sounds to me like a Newman. Volume of Transcendent Heresy. Okay. Now, the challenge is I'm not 100% clear on what they are referring to when it comes to Abbot Geoffrey's secret, though. And Sacra Lamea is going to be quite the task to upgrade, although it is one that I am happy to take on. So let's get everything lined up appropriately before we go and do this upgrade. This is definitely going to be one I want to take some notes on. And I seem to have misplaced my pencil again. Sorry, this is going to take a minute. There you go. 9 times out of 10 it winds up being in the other room. Okay. So, the task before us is 6 moth or sky. And the other task before me is wondering why my tablet suddenly stopped working. Here we go. I don't know if anybody particularly cares for this, but I have been playing a little bit of Sea of Thieves lately. So in addition to all my Book of Hours notes, there's actually a wish list of things I would like to buy in Sea of Thieves. Okay. So, Sacra Lamea. I expect this will be a little easier than... Sorry, did I say Sky Moon? I meant Sky Moth. I suspect that this may be... I noticed actually there's Kusto, I think it is, I got an email saying that somebody just followed the channel. However, for some reason, I didn't get an alert for that. So I do apologize. I know chat's working. Olaf's been kind enough to follow up, but it looks like you're all not getting credit for showing your acts of support. So I apologize. I apologize. It is not. It is not because I don't appreciate it. All right. But yeah, so the task ahead of us is basically just to come up with 6 moth and sky. The hindsight doesn't really help us here, but this is kind of the reason why I set aside my elements of the soul, because I know for the Book of Maya, this is going to be sort of a special kind of, let's say, dedicated task. Whereas, just leveling up existing skills, that's sort of a different beast. So let's take some notes. 3, 4, 5, 6. So Beguiling Melody is a start. In fact, I suspect all the music except the Savage Hymn should help. Sorry, first level music, that is. Cheerful Ditty does. I've got an impulse, so that's the halfway mark. Oh, the Savage Hymn does help. Okay. That's good, because I'm actually too short. So apparently I'm quite short on moth, but that has its own solutions. So I'm just consulting my skill list. For you, the opportunity to look here from time to time is more important than to hear. Thank you for... Hey, no worries. Yeah, sorry about the... sorry, I know I'm being a little less interactive right now, but I'm actually... So I came in thinking that this would actually be quite a straightforward one to level up, but it turns out that the lack of moth is a real liability for me. So I'm just taking a minute here to see if I can twist a couple of memories to my favor. Now, Wistful Air apparently I don't get from books, but that will help me. So now I just need to find 1 moth or 1 sky. Okay, well, this isn't my favorite, but a name day riddle ought to do the trick here, so... So let's work with that. I don't really see a whole lot of value in bringing in someone extra. Actually, you know what? We may need to wait for the next day for this, because the name day riddle is going to take quite a bit of time. No, because we don't need to worry about the evening. We'll be getting close to the edge, but so Sacra Lamea is the kind of pulling ourselves up from by our bootstraps. It would look like, yeah. So I do need to find. I do actually need to find more moth though. So I'm going to need to use the tryst for this. This is actually the part that really hurts me, the minute I'm going to need to spend on recovering the tryst, but that's fine. So we'll add the floor in here. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilgard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. So we'll convert the hindsight or the sunny day into a name day riddle. The next thing that we will do is earn the beguiling melody, cheerful ditty, impulse, savage hymn, wistful air, using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so yes, we could get all of those with my elements of the soul. Now, probably the most important thing for me to do right now is actually to build the wistful air with my elements of the soul, because if I get the combination wrong, I may cut myself out from certain elements of the soul. So here we'll use the Watchman's Paradoxes for that. And I feel that if we're going to make a wistful song, let's make that on the grand piano. Sacre bleu! As much as I would love to use skills that that are, interesting to me, I also actually want the results. So, strings and songs. There we go. Recall a sweet and sorrowful song. Strings and songs with Prentice level sky creates wistful air. So Savage Hymn we can get from a book. We'll read that from Unhatched Hymns. Might as well use the Pale Disc for that. Okay, so that Savage Hymn accounted for. Ooh, unfamiliar language. Okay, I screwed that one up. We'll get the impulse from the Elapoli work. That's Traveling at Night, Volume 1. Cheerful Ditty, I believe, comes from Perugian Diaries. Yep. The other Elapoli work. And then finally a Beguiling Melody, which I think we get from Skeleton Songs. And of course, what could be more beguiling than Governor Collar's Stern Desk? I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so let's try that again. This time with the right language. So that's going to cost me 5 seconds in terms of preparing the recipe, but that's not that big of a deal because we still need to wait a minute for... We need to wait a minute to start the recipe that we're actually going to use. So I'm really cutting this thing close. It is entirely possible that this is actually not going to turn out for me, but it's one of these cases here where I'm that much further ahead for doing it if I pull it off. In fact, one of the things that I'm going to wind up doing is trying to decide whether I want to follow up on the Dream of the Conspiracy of the Lower Skies or the Book of Maya first. I think it will probably be the Book of Maya because I suspect I don't have enough for the Grail here. I think I would actually need to have my Arab to be able to read that in full. But you know, you take a look, you do the best that you can, and make your best guess. Oriflams, thanks you for your continued interest. Okay. Better now. Hey, Korobora. Bet 101 better play this. I'm sure he's getting all the best tips. Welcome. Thank you for coming by. I'm assuming you are one of the many people who came along on Bits raid. So I'd love to read the text for these things here, but I am feeling a little pressure for the day, and I know I haven't made quite as much progress as I wanted. Although in terms of the substance of the things that I've done, I'm actually quite happy with where we're at. But let's pick things up a little bit. Okay, we'll take our Tryst. We'll use Natan's desk, and again, the main aim here is to take Sacralamea, the Hindsight Curses. Okay. I suppose then I'm going to have to use the Nona desk. Nope, because Nona doesn't take Moth. So who would take a combination of Moth and Lantern? Or possibly Moth and Winter? You know what? This may actually work. No, because Sacralamea doesn't come in. Well, I suppose I could just use the consider verb. No, I couldn't. I do need a workspace. The altars may help. But this probably won't take the hindsight. Remembrance gives it to us. Okay. But then, yes, I need to be able to put the tool on. And yes, okay, so this is why I do these things at the desk. I definitely needed to... Hang on, I'm making this a lot more complicated than it needs to be. Because I don't need to just worry about hindsight. I could also add the sun. Nope, sun doesn't work with Natan's desk either. Okay. I need to clear my head and think about the desks I can actually use. So the Logia Prospect doesn't help. I don't think this one will either. No, the Spire Prospect's exactly what I need. No, it isn't because the hindsight, but the Sunny Day will work. Okay. Sorry, as you can see, I'm all over the map. But it doesn't allow a tool. I need to remember that. Starting with Fallen London because you can't afford this. All right, so this means that everybody who either follows or is interested in Bit 101 needs to either donate this game in full or they need to contribute to the donations. It's very good. I'm sure it will go on sale at some point, probably in association with the DLC. I can't remember, but do you have Cultist Simulator yet? Because I think that may actually have a discount on GOG at the moment. I get the impression you've played Cultist. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, I'm apparently really blowing this. So let's take a minute just to review what I've got available to me. So we'll ignore the white desk, but yes, so why is this not suitable for Sacralamea, I suppose is the question. Well, Sacralamea needs Sky and Moth, so while I could add the Tryst, I wouldn't be able to add the Sky or the Moth, so that's what disqualifies that one. As it happens, the Pale desk is exactly what I'm looking for, because it can add... No, it can't add the Tryst in this case. Nuts. I really thought I cracked it here. Okay, so then we move on to the next desk. The reading room desk, it will accept the... Okay, this may actually be the one that works for us. So it wouldn't take the hindsight, but it will take the sunny day. I cannot believe it took that much effort. So Awakened Feather, we don't worry about that. What? Oh, Sights and Sensei, okay. Westcott's Compounds, and then we add the Scissors, the Shears of the Sisterhood. The name day riddle. Conceive a monthly riddle. Now this is going to take 90 seconds, so it is quite possible that this will not be ready by the time the day crosses over. But again, we do our best with what we've been given. And then we have 5 seconds before we get the last thing that we need, which is from Unhatched Hymns. Again, more trouble than I probably should have gone through, but it's a day full of music, and I like that. I'm sure you all know that I really, really like the idea of music in this game. So we have a savage hymn, a music that urges valor and violence, a wistful air, a half-sorrowful music of half-pleasant longing, a cheerful ditty, a rousing little rhythm, and a beguiling melody, a sweet enchantment of a song. So if this gets below 1 before the... Actually, no, we'll hit this in time. So actually, here's a question for you, Bit, because I don't think I've really engaged with you that much in terms of the Cultist Simulator stuff. Do you have a favorite legacy or cult? Because I'm trying to remember, I feel like I've had this conversation with another Cultist Simulator broadcaster, and yet I don't feel like I've had this with you. This is the drawback, you know, if you do this long enough, all of a sudden the hard drive starts getting full, and it's hard to remember who you've exchanged ideas with. You never play... Oh! Okay, I apologize. So that clearly it wasn't a conversation with you then. The one thing I didn't do was follow up on Abbot... that was Talmus. Abbot Geoffrey. So it was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Natan of Regensburg sanctuary here and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Natan and his family could dwell. In 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. Is this a way to the wood? But perhaps the wood is not a suitable place for a librarian. Named a riddle, a deceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gervenius van Loren was notoriously fond of these. Yeah, I'm actually really starting to draw a blank in terms of Abbot Geoffrey and... what was the specific phrase that they used here? Abbot Geoffrey's secret. So it would seem to me that Natan would not be the secret because he brought that up to everyone. We have had references to some of the other things they got up to. We'll work it out. But I'm going to need to think about... Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll be fine. I just forgot to set aside an element of the soul. Okay, we'll pay up, so a tuppence. The spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. How you doing, Ether Dragon? 9th of their name. Doing all right. I'm less than... I have less than a quarter left of my dawnlion coffee, so the fatigue is settling in again, but I'm playing Book of Hours. It's a game that I like very much, and I have all of you to keep me company, so that is very hard to complain about. I was also, I put out an article, it was actually really early this morning, so I did retweet it, but I was quite nervous about it because I thought I did an okay job with it, but I did get a bit of feedback that made it really clear that I don't want to say the point, but like the intention behind it was not landing, let's say, and I was feeling rather nervous in terms of the reception, but that turned out to be an outlier. The thing is it was for feedback, and again, I want to be kind of careful in terms of how I talk about that feedback, because the last thing that I want to do is create the impression that one of the possible risks of giving me feedback is that I make fun of you after the fact. Like, it's, you know, it's good that people are willing to take the time for essentially no reward. If anything, it's a penalty because they're looking at the crappy version of what I've written, which I'm sure many people will think is no different from the final version that comes out. But so yeah, I mean, in the end, it does need to be noted and respected that that someone actually took time out of their day to give me the feedback. But again, I think it's still fair to say that I was feeling quite nervous because what I had thought was obvious was anything but. And I did actually have the courage to post it on Reddit, and I am noticing it is getting a similar reaction to my how do I put it? My magnum opus on on the Weather Factory site regarding the placement of books on the bridge. It's getting a similarly polarized response, which is not actually the worst thing that can happen, let's say. But yeah, needless to say, like, it's not uniformly good. Pitchfork peer review. Actually, I'll take a second here because whenever I post the article, actually, I can read it on stream if anybody would like to. I could read it on stream if anybody's curious, but there it is there. Let me know if you'd like me to do. It won't take that long to read, but there it is for anyone. And Hand of Crystal says, you're waiting for the choose a crafting recipe update before you open up Book of Hours again. Isn't it on the beta branch? Like, aren't you able to do that right now? I don't know. I mean, I'm happy enough with the game as it is, but I am interested in that update. We were actually talking about this at the beginning, that it looks like Cultist Simulator's gotten an update today, so it's neat to see, even after so many years, that Cultist Simulator is still getting regular updates, even after the release of Book of Hours, which I like. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I generally don't put the beta version on myself for things. It's a little bit more from the broadcasting point of view, just because, you know, I'd like to show the best version of the game if I can, but anyways, we did get another level of Sacralamea. Now, in terms of what this gets me, I think Sights and Sensations still gives me more sky, yes. So, and then Edict's Liminal should be giving me more moth. So in and of itself, it's not necessarily providing me too much, and yet it's still, I think it's still worth taking a look at. How are you doing, Bionic Beans? That is I will go so far as to say the most unique take that you will see on the Unity decision. I defy anyone to present a You're going to go read it right now? Okay, tell you what, we're at the start of a new day, so this will be a quick little break. So this is, okay. So actually, here's the first thing I'll ask. Has everyone here heard about what Unity announced this week? Because, like, it's not surprising for me to hear about this because I follow a lot of game developers, but I know that this is probably not as big of a deal for game players as much as, like, this is the thing with social media, right? Depending on the accounts that you follow, you know, there's going to be things that, like, it feels like everyone knows because you've heard of it, and then there's going to be things that, you know, nobody's heard of, which actually might be very well known, but it just happens to be that in your little group. So I figured, yes, you wondered what impact. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think Weather Factory has said anything about it. I would make a guess here that they are probably in the cohort that would have to pay. Then again, this is purely speculation on my part. This is not based off of an official thing. But like, if you just take a look at the success of the games, I would not be surprised if they were at a point where they needed to pay. Because again, here, right, the difference is that, you know, given the licenses, there are different outcomes if it's a plus license or a pro license, right? And I don't know about that revenue threshold. Is that like a lifetime revenue threshold, or is that a yearly revenue threshold? Because if it's, you know, yearly, then I can actually see a situation where they're not, you know, they're not going to have to pay something like that. The company you work for has your most profitable online game in Unity, so we're probably thinking about it from a business perspective as well. You're not on the Unity dev team, but you work on the infrastructure they use. Yeah, that's completely fair. And then the other thing too, right, is that because this was an announcement, which I think there is a consensus was maybe not as clear as it could have been, there is just an open question in terms of, you know, who is actually affected by this sort of thing. So even then, I should actually maybe be a bit clear in terms of saying that my guess as to whether or not Weather Factory is affected from it is exactly that, a guess, right? Because depending on how you read that post and depending on what your estimate is in terms of how successful Weather Factory's games are based off of their, you know, their revenue and the number of installs, there is a reasonable argument to make, you know, one way or the other, that they would definitely be affected by it and definitely not affected by it. And it is, you know, we're not going to know unless they say, oh yes, we're using the plus version, and, you know, we made over $1 million, or sorry, if it's plus version, we made over 200,000 this year. So like 200,000, I would have to imagine in a year where their new game has been released, that could be something that's, you know, within the realm of possibility. Again, I don't really know what they make. Yeah, like, on the other hand, I mean, this game is priced in such a way that I can't imagine that fee would very heavily affect them. But again, like I said, there's not a whole lot of value in speculating about this. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with what happened, Unity basically said that it's a price increase. But the way that they've done a price increase is, instead of just like take the prices and move it up, they've tried something which I suspect to their mind is geared more towards sharing in the success of their most successful titles, as opposed to just sort of a flat increase for everyone else. And the way that they did that was they announced a fee which was based on installs of the Unity runtime. So the idea here is that in order to play a game like, you know, Book of Hours or Cultist Simulator, you're installing the game, and the game uses the Unity runtime. And in that case, basically, by doing that, by putting that necessary piece of infrastructure for the game, what Unity would do is, if you are past a certain revenue and install threshold, they would charge you for each unique install of the game. So this would mean that if you're installing it on 2 different devices, then the developer will be charged twice. But if you're uninstalling and reinstalling and uninstalling and reinstalling, then you're just only going to be paid once. I see everybody is familiar with the article now. So anyways, for those of you that have not read it, needless to say, there are a lot of reasons why developers are upset with this. I will say that there are some things that I'm not happy with in terms of the developer responses, and it is mostly just because there does seem to be an incentive for people to produce the most alarmist takes on this, and people are basing their reactions and potentially even business decisions off of these very alarmist versions, which I don't really think hold up under scrutiny. So what I would mean by that is there are some calculations by very well-known developers, like, I hate the term, but like thought leaders, essentially, which very clearly, okay, well, sorry, maybe I shouldn't say very clearly, but either they have misread the post, or they have deliberately chosen to use the prices that wouldn't actually be applied in that case to make it seem worse than it actually is. And yeah, so what you've got here is, as Bit 101 was saying, like, you've got this idea, I don't want to have to mortgage my house to be able to pay for Unity. And I to be honest with you, I don't think Unity wants to make it so that people wind up paying them to make a game, other than sharing in the revenue, right? I don't think anyone at Unity actually wants to collect 100% of the revenue. And I think, insofar as there is a conversation to be had with them that doesn't immediately, involve, I know the answer that developers want is completely reverse this change right now. But, aside from that, I suspect that probably the way that this goes, I think the two things developers want the most would be, one, how do we get assurances so that we can plan for the future? And then number two, because, if obviously such a major change to how the engine licensing terms works, that's pretty risky, right? People will be understandably uncomfortable. And then number two, I suspect what they're also interested in is, okay, so here's a few corner cases that you don't seem to have thought about. What assurances do we have that you are not going to be taking, some major contribution? I mean, effectively, I have to imagine that probably in the background, not as part of the announcement, but in the background, when it comes to an account manager or something like that, they've been told, don't go. Like, I can just imagine in the back of my head saying is like, don't take more than 5% of their revenues, right? Make sure that you don't do worse than Unreal. That's kind of what I think I think that's probably what they're saying in the background. But, I don't work for Unity. I don't know what their intentions were, but that would be kind of my imagine. Yeah, no, I hear you, Bionic Beans. There's a ton of stuff that's been said about those two as well. But anyways, I just wanted to make sure that people are kind of aware of what this article is reacting to. So, are you familiar with Sea of Thieves? They prototype all their new game mechanics in Unity before proceeding to build it for release on Unreal. I was not aware of the fact that they prototyped in Unity. That's kind of interesting because I know Subnautica was built in Unity, and that also had notably nice water. But I wasn't aware that I know it's on Unreal because I actually started playing Sea of Thieves this week, basically. But beautiful water in that game, by the way. But no, I didn't realize that they prototyped in Unity. That's really interesting. Anyways, so this is the article that I wrote in response to the why wouldn't they just cap the install fee to a max of 5 to 10% of revenue, so yeah, Hand of Crystal, I suspect here that implicitly this is what they're going to do. But I think to them that's just not a situation that would actually come up. But I mean, again, like, obviously people are mad about it. And yes, I mean, the fact that there could be, I don't really know, like, when we talk about theoretically unlimited, I mean, I suppose technically too, you can say that Unreal's licensing terms are technically unlimited because there's no limit to the amount of money that you can make with your Unreal game. But yeah, I would say that essentially the idea that there can be a situation, even a very contrived situation in which you wind up spending more of the share of the revenue than you would from any comparable engine, I think is a major problem with the way they did the announcement. But anyways, so this is what the article is dealing with. So, title: Unity has gone too far. Time to go all the way. Unity announced a price increase a couple of days ago, which has rightly enraged the developer community. While the seat price remains the same for all Unity licenses, the engine will now charge for unique installs of the Unity runtime once developers pass a certain revenue and install threshold. This unconscionable change strikes at the very heart of what made Unity an appealing platform, its flat fee. Unity is now punishing success with extra fees while letting everyone else benefit from our work. If the poors want to make a video game, they should pay the same price as the rest of us. Back when I started making games, we didn't have free handouts in the form of video game engines. We needed to build everything from scratch, and it made us appreciate our craft. We took the risk, and we collected the full reward. Then came Unity, and it trivialized all of that work. It arrived with a business model calibrated to reap the maximum reward by creating the largest number of developers and put those tools in the hands of anyone with a few bucks and a desire to make games. But I could at least reconcile the greater competition with the fact that the market was functioning and that the best developers would survive. The recent announcement changed all that. Now, John Riccitiello, who donated to Barack Obama's campaign, by the way, has decided that any developer making more than $1 million has to pay extra to, quote, support development of the engine, end quote. What possible incentive do I have now to make more than $1 million after January 1st if it's just going to subsidize the kinds of developers who make visual novels about romance between fridges? It's almost like they saw Valve's incentive to succeed through reduced revenue share and decided to put that money straight into their pocket. And I know this article is going to provoke a bunch of whiners. Oh, it's really hard out there. I need all the help I can get. What if people hate my game and install bomb me? What if I put it in a charity bundle? It's almost like these people don't understand the idea that giving to charity involves a cost. If you don't incur a cost, how can you claim the tax write-off? People worried about install bombs should just take a page from Gearbox, a model of corporate stewardship, when Epic Games Store Crybabies sent them 3,000 negative reviews. Ignore them. At least they're buying your game. Heck, raise the prices. But I'm being unfair. Unity is absolutely guilty of putting us onto the road to serfdom, but developers can't choose the environment they're born in. Unity's decision doesn't just affect the incentives to succeed, it promotes certain types of games and monetization strategies over others. What does an aspiring developer who isn't looking for a handout but simply trying to navigate the shifting marketplace do? A new or small developer needs to consider what is incentivized in the market and align with those strengths in order to reach a level where they might be able to dictate their own terms. Those incentives are clearly articulated in Unity's blog, and the answer is simple. Become a pornographer. Pornographic games are often web-based in order to avoid restrictions placed by certain storefronts. Web games do not count towards the Unity runtime fee. In addition, so many developers today complain about discoverability problems, and this problem is solved too. Imagine you could use the Warhammer 40,000 license to make a game. Warhammer 40,000 has a large and rabid fan base who will buy just about anything with shouty men on the cover. Many developers don't license this property because they don't have the money. Pornography also has a rabid fan base who will seemingly buy just about anything, demand even less on the covers, and have none of the licensing costs. Porn is the Warhammer 40,000 of web-based games. With this one move, not only have you circumvented the Unity runtime fee, but you have opened up an entirely new revenue source with which to build your tech and maybe even put it into some personal projects that don't have to sell well. I've seen a lot of talk about switching over to engines like Unreal, but this isn't really a solution for a new developer. I can understand the appeal. The flat 5% rate is as appealing as flat taxes are in the real world, but you can't just go for the most expensive option right away. When I started out, I had a simple watch. I didn't buy the Nomus Glashut right away. I earned that watch after my success. Sometimes we have to deny ourselves the things that we want, and we learn to appreciate them more as a result. Cutting your teeth as a Unity pornographer will let you let you build the experience and financial wherewithal to make luxury choices like Unreal, or even the more conspicuous consumption of the big leagues like changing engines in production. Unity may have broken the trust that our work would not be used to subsidize the work of our unprofitable peers, but there will always be demand for savvy developers willing to take a sober look at the market. Unity's guidelines are clear and are practically screaming to take advantage of this new opportunity. If John Riccitiello wants to make a claim on your success, jump in the porn sector and dare him to follow you. Bionic Beans. I see you're in. This is a game I like playing with people. As many walks as I can. So we've got system stock as the currency of the channel. I do kind of keep in mind the amount of time that I spend not playing the game, so I'm watching the system clock. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, anyways, Baldur's Gate 3 built a custom engine. Yeah. Well, I mean, in their case, I mean, so first of all, Larian almost went bankrupt, and one of the ways that they were able to build Divinity was they actually pulled resources out of Dragon Commander. But I'm glad you like that, the Blue Bell. I have done a lot of System Chalk rhymes over a while. But yeah, no, I mean it's a tricky one, right? Because Larian is a very special case, and it wound up working out for them. But the thing is that it's also one that was a very risky choice for them, and they definitely were looking at some pretty dire circumstances for the for their company at that time. But I mean, on the other hand, like a lot of the big indies that people sort of think about for that big flourishing of indies, I mean, this is like over a decade ago. I'm pretty sure it's a decade ago, but when you think of probably more than a decade ago, but if you think of like, Braid, that was a custom engine. I mean, Jonathan Blow is doing. I mean, for crying out loud, he's not just making his own engine; he's making his own programming language for his engine here. And I rent, so I didn't need the sync was already mounted when I was there. So it's not like this isn't happening. But on the other hand, you actually have a weird reverse of what's going on. So you would imagine that some of the larger firms would see a benefit to developing their own tech because they make such a large amount of money that perhaps 5% does actually wind up being a very large expense for them. And yet CD Projekt Red is moving from their Red engine to Unreal 5. 11-Bit Studios is doing the same with Frostpunk 2, among other unannounced titles. There's generally been a bit of a move. I don't normally like including Respawn in these sorts of things because I kind of get the feeling that Respawn sort of has a culture of doing this. So they worked on Jedi Fallen Order before they were acquired by EA. But on top of that, they did Apex Legends in the Source engine. And I suspect the reason for that is that Jason West and Vince Zampella, of course, were coming from Call of Duty. And that really has its origins in Quake. So I suspect that Source for them was just the closest thing that they had to technology that they were already familiar with. And then the choice to use Unreal was just, what do we have off the shelf that would be the closest thing to what we need for the types of tech that we need to develop. And I suspect Unreal was the answer there. But yeah, Apex Legend is the most successful Half-Life mod in existence. What does System Chalk mean anyway? It's named after some BioShock clone. 5% seems comparable to what you'd pay developers for your own custom engine, though, assuming... Well, that's the challenge, right? And I think this gets to the heart of the dispute between Unity and... Unity and Unreal and this whole idea of how much tool makers should participate in the success of the developers. Because if I'm like a small indie, then yes, absolutely, a percentage of revenues going towards the engine is such a good idea because, the full faith and credit of, Epic. And I mean, for crying out loud, like Tim Sweeney is known for being an exceptionally good C++ programmer. So clearly the Unreal Engine is more than just Tim Sweeney. But that is a serious piece of tech. And if you take a look at some of the people that Epic are hiring, people like Simon Peyton Jones, for instance, I mean, there are some heavy hitters working at Epic to make very, very big and impressive tech. But you also kind of need to think in terms of scale. So if you're a company like Electronic Arts, and let's say you want to put your sports franchises into an engine, all of a sudden that 5% could be much, much higher than what what you would be paying to develop your own technology. And of course, a company like EA has not just the wherewithal to make their own engines, but I mean, they have their own storefront. They have a lot of different things that other developers can't normally access, which is why, to a certain extent, it was a little surprising to see CD Projekt Red move to Unreal. But on the other hand, I do also know that they had a number of layoffs recently. So it could be that because they wanted to sort of streamline their workforce and try and address some of the gaps. And by the way, I'm not saying it's a good thing that they laid people off, by the way. I'm just saying, this is the world that we live in, so how do we reconcile the decision? For them, I suspect that there were probably some efficiencies that they realized in terms of the fact that if they're using a standard technology that, anybody can sort of download and get familiar with, then they don't need to spend that time and that expense of getting people up to speed with their tools in addition to the cost of developing those tools. They did say, whether or not they held themselves to it is another question, but they did say that they weren't going to just let the entire engine development team go because there was still work that they would need to do to bring the Unreal Engine to their needs. But again, I mean, the fact of the matter is that they did lay off people after that choice, and whether or not that choice caused or not, I think in the end is only going to be known by the internal team. But yeah, I would say that it is fair to say that you don't need to be a very large developer to want to make your own tech. There are lots of reasons to it. I actually talked to a local developer about why they make their own tech, and I mean, for them it's about the same as why Leonardo made his own pigments. For him, creating the rendering engine is as much a part of the creation process as as making the gameplay. But yeah, I would say probably if your passion is about making games as opposed to sort of real-time rendering and solving all of those problems, likely that is money well spent. And then in the end, it used to be a fairly clean division in terms of the major commercial engines, that you would pay sort of a flat fee for Unity, and then the scaling bit would be if you used their added services like the advertising and such. And then for Unreal, essentially it would be a revenue share past $1 million. But the way that it's working now with Unity, it's going to be if you make past a certain amount of revenue and you have past a certain number of installs, there's going to be a per install, unique install fee. So in this case here, it's just resembling the alternative. But the fact of the matter is that people almost certainly would have picked Unity because of its simpler price scheme. And so, understandably, people are going to be upset by that. Now, whether or not people actually wind up moving, I don't know, because I'll be honest with you, I found out about this Unity price increase from the last batch of developers who said that they were going to leave Unity when they raised the prices last time. So, it's not an easy thing to switch tech. As Megacrit Games, the Slay the Spire people have said that they're going to be switching from Unity as a result. So there is at least one developer that is moving during production to another engine. But it's not something I would normally recommend for people, because every Kickstarter that I've had that announces they're switching engines always winds up being years late. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I think it's a question in terms of what you are interested in, what your talents are. But I mean, the fact of the matter is that there's an article, and I will get back to the game after this. I really just wanted to, I wanted to tell my silly article. Hopefully you all got a laugh out of that. I did notice that there were a couple of people. By the way, Bionic Beans, I actually should have. I owe you a real answer to this. So my name is just a riff off of System Shock, the old it wasn't Looking Glass, was it? It was a company before Looking Glass. But anyways, I'm sorry if I really hope Bionic Beans is still around here. But yeah, no, the name is a riff off of System Shock, basically. But in this case, the chalk is a rhyme to it. So, and then it just happens to work really well with lots of other rhymes, which you've all. Okay, developed by Looking Glass. Okay, nice. So. Well, okay, if you want another one, I have a hypothesis that I was a Kickstarter backer on the System Shock remake, but I haven't actually played it yet. So if you want Ether Dragon, I do. Well, I'll get chat's feelings on this. You withered away. I'm sorry. So would any of you like to hear my hypothesis? Not even hypothesis. This is dead certainty. That Warhammer 40k is just a remake of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. But yeah, who is it that somebody? There's like one line that everybody likes. Yeah, it was Bit 101 who said, "Porn is the Warhammer 40,000 of web-based games." Is the elevator pitch. There is. Yep, Bit 101's got it. Dr. Frankenfurter is the Emperor. So here's the thing, right? So you got the Space Marines, and you've got the Emperor. So the Emperor of mankind is Dr. Frankenfurter, and he creates this race of genetically perfect men completely devoted to him, called the Space Marines. And of course, they're Rocky. And of course, in order to travel through the universe with the Astronomicon and such, they're busy doing the time warp again. So basically, it's probably the most successful adaptation of the Rocky Horror Picture Show that I've ever seen. Most people most Warhammer 40k fans are not fond of this interpretation, and yet I feel that it is indisputable once you look at the facts. So yeah, there you go. This is what you get in the nice, relaxing System Shock Book of Hours streams. Advocating to become Unity pornographers and the Rocky Horror Picture adaptation theory of Warhammer 40k. Although, in fairness, Warhammer 40k is actually very silly if you go back to the original stuff. If any of you have not, I think you've been overcome with fascination. If any of you have looked at the really early Warhammer 40k stuff, there's some delightfully silly stuff in the settings. So you can take a look for Inquisitor Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau. I'm pretty sure that's the name. I actually have a photo of him, but yes, and I do not believe that there has been anything to remove Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau from canon. It just happens to be that they don't have the courage to write novels with him. But that is the fearsome and violent Imperial Inquisitor, and that is a real character in the Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader book. So, anyways, I'm glad you all liked the article. Obviously, it's not serious, but yeah, the one challenge I ran into is most people kind of get that this is not serious. Oh, actually, sorry, there is one other thing. There was somebody who suggested that I put it through ChatGPT, and I felt like I was going to die when I saw that recommendation. But it does turn out that WordPress does in fact have, I'm assuming it's just some LLM that gives you the that gives you recommendations for the article. So this is what it said. The content expresses frustration and dissatisfaction with Unity's recent price increase and the impact it has on developers. It suggests that aspiring developers should consider creating pornographic games to circumvent the Unity runtime fee. While the author's frustration is understandable, the suggestion to create pornographic games may not be appropriate for all developers and may lead to unintended consequences. To improve the content, I would suggest the following actions. Focus on constructive criticism. Instead of solely expressing frustration, provide specific suggestions for Unity on how they can better support developers without penalizing success. Explore alternative game engines. Mention other game engines such as Unreal Engine that developers can consider as alternatives to Unity, highlighting their pricing structure and benefits. Discuss the impact on the developer community. Analyze the potential consequences of Unity's price increase on the industry and the different strategies developers can adopt to navigate the changing marketplace. Consider broader perspectives, acknowledge that different developers have different needs and aspirations, and discuss the importance of fostering a diverse and inclusive game development ecosystem. By implementing these actions, the content can provide a more balanced and helpful viewpoint for developers grappling with Unity's price increase. So, start putting ChatGPT summaries as alt text to a picture in the article. That's such a good idea, actually. So this is funny, right? Because this is one of these examples where you can see that it is on a surface level an understanding of the article, and yet it has utterly failed to appreciate the content of the article. Because the article is entirely about unintended consequences. It's this idea that instead of applying a sort of 5% revenue share like Unreal, that one unintended consequence of this action is that on paper, right? So again, I mean, this is the point of something satirical, right? You can propose an utterly outrageous thing, but it always just has that, that weird little logic where you can't say that's, complete. Wait, that was satire? I've had at least one person not consider it satire. Yes. Yeah. WordPress was being the problem solver to the satirical emotional expression. You have to pay for GPT-5 to access the subtext. Yeah, so it's funny, right? Because in the end, all of the suggestions that it made are actually present in the article if you read it, right? And the idea of unintended consequences would, I think, probably be... I think it would be fair to say that is the central idea of the article. It sounds like a libertarian say, yeah, I mean, there's definitely an effort to sort of suggest, obviously I have a voice in mind when I'm writing that, right? So there's little hints in there. There's absolutely no reason for me to point out the fact that John Riccitiello donated to Obama, and dedication to the idea of flat taxes and and making so much money. But I mean, again, this is one of my favorite responses actually was somebody says, this is one of the most punchable openings I've ever read. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So that part's working. But yeah, I mean, so again, you've got the, it would be hard for me to say that the large language model did not understand the word. Well, okay. So I'm using understanding in a very loose way here, but if I were to say, does this person comprehend English? I'd probably say, okay, yes. But I'm also not convinced that they really understood this article, because taking a look at the suggestions that it has made, I think all of it is there, save for the idea of just turning it into this very average, this almost median level serious response. Which is not what it's intended to be. There's plenty of I'm mad at Unity articles out right now. The aim on this one was to try and have a little fun with the material. Anyways, for those of you that didn't care for the article, hopefully that was not too tedious of a digression. We will be returning to our regularly scheduled Book of Hours. All right, so we got through the texts. Let's take a quick second here and see where we're at with the Dream of the Conspiracy of the Lower Skies, because I believe we were going to wait for a rainy day on that. But let's just see. It's always helpful to just put this in the desk and see. Yes, so our highest grail would be Tridisma Hyra or Resurgences and Emergences. We didn't take our Arabs, so we would put Trist in place here. Then the question would be, what's the highest level of Grail that I can throw at this? Oh, wow, with 16? Okay, I actually really need to get serious about this, because there's no way... So I'm just consulting my... I'm just taking a look here at the recipe list. The recipe for the biography of John Galt. Now this is interesting, because I actually seem to be quite short on Grail memories here. Sorry, again, I'm being really quiet, but I'm taking a minute here. I have a feeling that there's going to be a set of crafting that I try out. Okay, so there is actually one exception that I can make, and this would be, instead of bringing in the scales, I have Marcat. So the Incastum Terminale of the fifth history, the color of the principle that once occupied the place that heart does now. In the 5th century, so this is also worth mentioning here, the color of the principle that once occupied the place that heart does now. So if you see this color and say it's the same as nectar, so the principle of heart replaced nectar as a principle. So nectar has returned, but whether or not nectar is a principle still continues to be a question. Actually, let me... I forgot to look at those images, so you had one earlier as well for magic. Where did that go? Now, the giant space hamster, did that predate Baldur's Gate 1? Or I guess it would be Baldur's Gate 2. Did that predate Baldur's Gate, or was that after... Was that after BioWare introduced it? I actually don't know the timing of these things. Okay, Baldur's Gate riffed on it. Yeah. And Bit has also shared a... is this? This is from Sunless Sea, King Eater's Castle. Lose your mind, offer thoughts to the altar. Do not do this. Eat your crew. Not all of them will go easily. I'm not quite sure why you're sharing this, but... Oh, do not do that. Okay, yeah. Okay, sorry. I see what you're responding to, so I got it. All right, sorry about that. I think I'm caught up with chat now. Okay, but so the Incastum Terminalia, the fifth history, the color of the principle that once occupied the place that heart does now. In the fifth history itself, the cult of Marikat was everywhere, suppressed, but it's sometimes been venerated otherwise. Use an Incastum ink with your journal to make determinations and record histories. If the hours listen, the world changes. So this would be sufficient to read the text, but this is not the easiest thing for me to create. So this is a nice to have, but let me maybe deal with what I've got on the. Let me kind of work with what I have on hand first. There's also actually, hang on a second. Rowanarium, there was once a brother and a sister who loved each other greatly. They resolved that they were one soul split into two bodies, and their greatest wish was to become one. They found the hidden isle where the twins, the sister and witch, had arrived when they crossed the great ocean, and a sacred pool on which the moon shone only once a year. There they spoke with the twins in dreams, and they learnt how they might become conjoined as one flesh and immortal. Now the brother's resolution failed her, and though he loved his sister, he could not choose to spend eternity joined in one flesh. The sister could not persuade him, and she would not abandon him or force him. So they used their arts to live long lives, close but separate, and they made a double foundation of monks and nuns, as chaste as they had always been. But each nun had her brother twin, and none could enter alone. In time, the sister found her own immortality, and to this day she walks the world by moonlight. The brother died, and his bones are buried in the room beneath the well, but his children live on. So I guess the thing here is that I can see the key being relevant. I can't really see how Sacra Lamea would be Geoffrey's secret here. It does refer to sort of monks and such, but I didn't really think that was the one to work with. Okay, you know what? Let's focus on getting the Book of Maya read. So the thing I want to do here is I want to generate two secret histories, three secret histories memories. So we're going to bring in Reverend Timothy. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. If you want the ASMR bit 101, we just need to go to the oubliette. "10 hours of soothing oubliette containment." All right. So I do want to follow up on Abbot Geoffrey, but let's start by getting our some memories. So one reason why I'm doing this here is I don't see a situation under which I'm going to get Rose in a meeting. So I should clarify one thing I said from last week, and I think somebody brought this up, but like, in terms of weather, I don't really like including Noombroom as a weather, simply because if you read a difficult book using Noombroom, you've given up half of Numa in order to get that. And at that point, you are hoping that you are able to level up the skill within the remaining half of the day. Otherwise, you lose it. So I don't really consider that an option. But so far as I can tell, leaving aside Numa weather, just for practical purposes, I don't believe there is a I don't believe there is a rose winter. Rose weather. Definitely not rose winter. But yeah, so we're gonna read some texts. Let's start with a confounding parable. So I'm actually going to see if I can find a seventh voice, just because I've looked for that a couple of times, and we do have some space. So there's two things that I'm going to try and do today. Number one, I'm going to try and find some books that I don't normally read. So seventh voice, Samuel Savage's cycle of comic poems about a band of players who double as footpads seeking a seventh member. And then, in addition to reading some new books, what I would like to do here is I'd like to take some time following up that Abbot Jeffrey lead. So gossip and intuition are the next two I should follow up on. Actually, you know what? We're on Samuel Savage mode, so we will also read The Humors of a Gentleman. It's like one of my favorite books in Cultist Simulator, and I believe that used to be an introduction to Enigma at some point. Because I remember there's a line where it says some of the more resident... it's like something about like secrets in plain sight. There we go. Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. I am very interested in this tarot reading, by the way. I'll read it at the end of the day. Well, when it's complete. And you spent too many hours investigating bug cult mysteries. You're not talking about the you're not talking about the bees, are you? You're talking about the Carapace cross. I guess the Carapace cross and the bees are are connected in a certain way. But I'm curious if you're making a specific reference to something here, but okay. So intuition is always a tricky one. I'll try the Collected Hush House lectures. I know I read that recently, but I don't think I actually read the text, so it's a good enough time to start. So in the 1800s, Dr. Aaron Peel was invited to give a series of lectures to the Curia. They combine his pithy view of the histories with his particular brand of unhelpfully ironical insight. Unhelpfully ironical? I have no idea what they're talking about. All right, so this is all a setup for reading the Book of Maya, and it is entirely possible that we will not succeed today, but we are going to try. I'm also going to start off by recovering the Faust at the Sweet Bones, because at the bare minimum I can just earn a little spending money off of this. So you'll notice it's kind of all hands on deck to read this book right now, and then when we're not sort of pressing hard on this, the next priority is going to be experimenting a bit with crafting, as well as, you know, doing some stuff that I haven't done for a while, which is just gardening. Like, we've got enough flowers to last us for a while, but I've really been neglecting the health and some of the advantages that I can get from it. I really need to learn to stop talking at times when the music is playing, because it gets very quiet. I suppose I could have been talking with Reverend Timothy during this, but we will give him a... We'll give him a boost. Better now. Okay, so I'm actually going to toss this straight into the Sweet Bones work slot. So help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters, or had a coin to find visitors seeking employment. Okay, now, I did say I wanted to read the text. So we've got a seventh voice, Samuel Savage's cycle of comic poems about a band of players who double as footpads seeking a seventh member. Sir Snatchsea is distracted by Mistress Twitchshell kissing Mistress Netherpearls, and fails to see Master Magglepie making off with the players' funds. The whole enterprise almost ends in disaster when Mistress Wandereye's family insults her costume and she burns down their house in a fit of pique. But the day is finally saved by the seventh voice, a wandering bookmonger who returns the band's lost music. The Moth, the Grail, and the Egg Unhatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but it may not be the first. Abbess Nona. The Humours of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. Gossip, frivolous but tasty. And finally, the collected Hush House lectures. In the 1800s, Dr. Aaron Peel was invited to give a series of lectures to the Curia. They combine his pithy view of the histories with his particular brand of unhelpfully ironical insight. In 1776, the third history, Lewis declares the Mask of Masks and forbids mention of the great writhing within the walls of the Palace of Versailles, although by this point the worms are observed to move openly among the boulevards of Paris, sometimes even in daylight. The army is redeployed to defend the court. The mask lasts 1 lunar month and attracts several of the long abroad in Western Europe at the time, fleeing the worms or hoping to take advantage of the desperate Louis, or seeking access to the sealed mirrors of the palace, or just eager to attend the most inventive and desperate debauch of the century. Frivolous but tasty, just like Corvino's worms. Nicely done. Many espouse wormish sympathies. Let 100 histories flourish. Tear down the tyranny of eternity. To grow long is usually to cast off these sympathies. There would be no immortality without eternity, and eternity, we often seem to decide, is only tyranny as long as we are not eternal. And we get intuition. You just know, you know? Okay, so now we are going to talk with Reverend Timothy. We will engage in some gossip. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. And we will make an attempt at... Oh, that's right, I still need an element of the soul to read the text. Alright, that's fine, because we can still use health here. So, the Book of Maya. So we will take a confounding parable, and then we'll put our highest level of rose at it. So this is Path and Pilgrim. So as you can see here, we are short... we're short in 2 ways. 1, I still need the lunar globe, and 2, I need the language. The lunar globe, it's the Earth, but silvered like the moon, unlabeled, and pocked with craters. And I believe that's a Hyksos text. Hyksos. The shepherd kings brought this speech west from Canaan to use in their wards and snares. Had they never come to Egypt, they might never found a way to write it. Given its addictive qualities, that might have been for the best. Perhaps you've provided rose, but not enough to match mystery rose. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So I do want to make sure that I have this kicking around. I do want to get some reading, though. So we've got the entrance hall. The beginning of the house proper, the Curia used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and premises. Visitors were often asked to remove their shoes, pause a moment, and listen to the histories. Abbot Geoffrey. It was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Natan of Regensburg sanctuary here and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Natan and his family could dwell. In 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. We had our conversation with Timothy, so I'm just going to keep him around until we know what the outcome is. Yeah, so we didn't get anything directly from that. We'll maybe take a minute. We'll explore a few of the rooms here, although I suspect probably the Abbey is the most valuable. So in this room, the accursed of the Great War gathered to recuperate those who had suffered something no more horrible, but somewhat more mysterious than the war's usual wounds to the body and spirit, an eruption of worms perhaps, or the risks at the military end of the Suppression Bureau activities. Among them were minor luminaries of the invisible world, Christopher Alopoli, Zachary Wakefield, Harvey Hattington, but not Brian Levinson, who had been the ninth librarian, and under whose tenure the infirmary had flourished. He enlisted, he served for a time as a medical officer in the Western Front. His body was never found. So, soul does not help me, but a relevant thing may work. We can also start talking with Reverend Timothy about normal things. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So that's one rose, but we need to find more. Reverend Tim and the System Frog. I like that one. That's actually, I don't think I've come up with a System Frog before. That's a new one. Okay, the Lenten Rose will be what carries us through the day. This is where the gardening helps. Yes, the name. So I haven't used it very often because I don't think I have a big enough community to say that, but I have traditionally referred to, if there has been a need to refer to the collective viewership, is usually the System Flock. All right, so again, we got kind of lucky here. Let me just verify that. So we have 10 rows here. It's a 10 rows challenge. We'll give up the flowers, but I think this was absolutely worth it. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. I did not call you sheeple. I think I'm going to wait on the sweet bones. So as nice as it is to make a bunch of cash doing this, I may need the element of the soul to upgrade some things. So we'll leave this for a moment. Okay, Journey's End. An account of the 5 visits of the Desert Wanderer, probably the hour called the Vagabond, to the city Maya. She begins as a delighted child, perhaps even a mortal, but things then go badly. In her second visit, she came as Laughing Thrush. Her heart was bright within, her beak was ripe with song, but in the first moment her feathers touched the city stones, the laughter began. The Wanderer's penultimate visit is as Centipede, whose venom cracks stone. Maya is abandoned to the desert, but she returns one last time again as Laughing Thrush. The 4 other hours who take the shape of birds, with 4 other hours who take the shape of birds to celebrate the first roost above the bones of her hated kin. There's a lot going on there. Okay, so I'm going to write the Book of Maya and its intuition. The feeling this would be of particular interest to the Simmergist. 2 sand stories, so I don't think that's going to necessarily push me to a new level with Rose, but as always, I'm happy to get it. Now, I will just clarify here, so there's absolutely nothing stopping me from pushing Path and Pilgrim up to level 6, and there is kind of a small argument for it here, but this would actually be the first time that I've used an element of this, or I've used a skill or lesson to upgrade a skill in a different way, so I'm not quite there yet. It is going to create difficulty for me, but I'm not going to shy away from difficulty, let's say. So we've got the intuition for 1 upgrade on Sand Stories. I do need to pay to get the Tryst back, which I'm fine with. We've already earned some money. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. And it's been a while, so I think what I'm going to do here is we're actually going to go to the gull colony. And we'll use our I'm not going to use Sacralamea. I'll use Sights and Sensations. Gather in spring. The birds are furiously vigilant. So Ether Dragon has done a reading for, this is a tarot reading for Bionic Beans. So let's, there we go. So I'll read out the text. So Bionic Beans, I want a Cultisim tarot. I want a Cultisim tarot reading. Sounds dope. Incidentally, so this is there is a tarot deck available from Weather Factory right now through their Etsy store. You get that tarot deck with the deluxe edition of The Lady Afterwards, which is the tabletop experience. And in addition, I believe that they are working on the... Why can I never remember the name of this product? Sorry, 1 second. I always call it the stained glass tarot, but that's not what it's called. Lucid Tarot. There we go. All right. Anyways, so they look very, very beautiful. But I have no idea when they're coming out, and I suspect that probably there's probably a little pressure on Weather Factory to get that out. So I don't want to spend too much time hyping it up. But anyways. So Bionic Beans asks the question. So Ether Dragon 9 says, "I got you covered." So basically, there's multiple ways to get a tarot deck from Book of Hours. There is also a standard deck of playing cards that do also have cartomancy instructions for that, because of course Tarot also had its original origins as a playing card deck as well, just different from the standard pack that we're used to. But Ether Dragon 9 says, "Got you covered, Bionic. What is the core question you wish me to read toward?" So Bionic Bean says, "Should I stay the course or try something new?" And I don't know if Bit 101 was reacting to this, but it says reminiscent of the great work. So Ether Dragon 9, does this happen to pertain to an ongoing Cultist Simulator or Book of Hours game? Bionic Beans, I was thinking of that, but I'm actually facing that choice in Book of Hours too. So Ether Dragon 9 says, "The deck is shuffled. You choose cut thin, cut medium, or cut deep." Bionic says, "Cut deep." Ether Dragon 9, "The present, Moth 2, a small aspect of uncertainty and reaching for the light." I'm eliding some funny lines that Bit has offered here, but I wanted to do the reading that Ether prepared. The challenge, the Malachite. Recall that the Malachite spheres are desire, restlessness, and whimsy. The past, the sun and rags, so enlightenment and an ending in the past. The future, the Page of Wands, a very strong moth influence. Sounds like more uncertainty is ahead of you. Above, 3 of Grail, the best outcome for is some of your desires met. Below, the Mother of Ants. You pulled a lot of hours here, LOL. Your not-so-secret desires are open to open new ways with strong knock aspects. Advice, the Witch and Sister. Grail, Moth, and Heart. Sounds like to find your desires, embrace uncertainty, and plod along with the rhythm of the world under the skin of the earth. External influences, Forge 10. Other influences pushing for reshaping your outcomes. Hopes and or fears, 5 of Grail. Medium influence of your desires being met. Seems not much to fear, but maybe measure your hopes. Outcome, Grail 8, pretty reliable revelations. If I were to boil this down to the choice, it seems to favor putting more energy towards trying something new, as it will likely lead to some new knowledge. I think that is it. And Bionic Beans closes with, Ether Dragon 9, first, thank you. Second, seems like there will not be much comfort or certainty along the way. Ether Dragon follows up with, yep, that seems to be the case. That Forge 10 is going to throw some opportunities in there. I wonder if that pertains to unexpected but potentially beneficial weather, as can be the case in Book of Hours. Oh yeah, okay, so somebody offer here the Lucid Tarot. Ah, got you. Yes, I follow you, Bit 101. Okay, so sorry about that. I just wanted to take a minute to catch up because I was obviously working on the Book of Maya, and we had a pretty favorable outcome there. I was thinking that we might need to invest a little bit more, but we'll deal with the first sand stories today and the next one tomorrow, I think. And then at that point, I guess the question comes down to, do I really want to try and find some alternative Grail recipes, or do I just want to use my special inks? I'm more inclined towards experimenting with Grail, but not so much that I would put off reading that book, because we're still halfway through spring, so it would be a good time to clear out a few of my books. Anyway, we are renewing my tryst. Yeah, so I'm going to go read a few more entries in here. Atrium. In 1651, Musgrave de Wolf endowed the atrium with a shrine to Saint Januarius of the Gate. Musgrave was a pious man, but also a Puritan, so this grand shrine was a little unusual. Saint Januarius is also an unusual choice, but he is the patron saint of boundaries, and the de Wolfs were often said, in some sense, to be marcher lords charged with the keeping of boundaries. The glorious stair. Each stair tread is decorated with a quotation from the Book of Suns, so that the congregation might be edified as they ascend. The quotes are worn to half legibility by the passage of all those worshipful feet, which may be why some of these quotations differ troublingly from the Orthodox version. It has of course been claimed that the Sisterhood of the Knot, who first held the Isle, held a copy of the long-suppressed Sheretic version of the book. So this would be one small possibility here. Of course, I don't have an element of the soul to throw in, so I would... I saw that. I remember that cat text before. Either dragon. Doesn't hurt to keep talking with Timothy, so we'll carry on. The Windlet Gallery. In the days of the Brethren, every day this gallery would ring with the liturgy of the hours. In the times of the de Wolfs and of the Curia, there were services here every Sunday. All those times are long gone. This is a house of echoes now. The Chapter House. Here, the monastic superiors would meet to manage the affairs of St. Brendan's and to resolve its disputes. Here, in 1349, the last trial of the last nuns of St. Brendan's took place. 2 were executed for the murder of Abbess Nona, supposedly with perversions of the healing arts. Nona was the last abbess of St. Brendan's, and after the trial, the monastery never accepted female novices again. From the wide windows, the sea is always visible, beating on the rocks far below. The Solarium. This room was once for the meditation of favored visionaries. Here, White Matilda prophesied the victory of the Iron King in the Wars of the Roads, much as it would offer 300 years later. She got his name wrong, though. Alright, let's worry about improving sand stories before we go any further. So like I said, I'm probably creating some problems for myself by not upgrading a higher level rose, but I'm willing to take on a couple of risks at this point. What else was I up to? We were reading more about St. Brendan's. So I don't think there's a whole lot here in terms of areas to interact with. The church tower. The bells in this tower rang every Sunday, even in Solomon Husher's time, until Thirza Blake finally cancelled services so she could save money by sacking the priest. This brought a deputation of Aggie locals from Brankrug village, where there was a fearful superstition that when the bells of Brankrug fell silent, the bells of Yeez would be heard. I kind of ignored the lantern that we were getting today, but that's fine. Oops. Bells, Giver, Teller, Sure's Tongue, Lady Janice, and Great Paycock are the names of these bells, though they're older than the abbey itself, and those names have certainly been corrupted over the years. By 1915, Sure's Tongue and Lady Janice were too cracked to ring, and the Suppression Bureau paid for them to be recast. Serena Blackwood's quid pro quo for the assistance she gave George Collars with his clock project. Now that's actually kind of interesting. So, where would that put Serena? Because we do have Serena's statue, and I never quite... I know that's not Serena, but I couldn't remember who this was. Yeah, unfortunately, they're all the same people in the... it's three people sort of in succession, so they can all be roughly the same place. So yeah, we've got David Green. I think this is Fran Lauren, Brian Levinson, and I have some guesses in terms of who goes where, but my hope had always been to find the smoking gun and to say yes, we know for sure this is where it goes. And this is one of the reasons why I want to be a little more thoughtful in terms of reading a variety of books. Spire. Here Hendrik de Wolf met in secret with King Henry, once the Bronze King, now Old Copper-Nose, for the great debasement had ended the supremacy of the leashed flame, and Henry's heirs were no more than human. There's a story that Hendrik's son Thomas listened from the rafters, that 3 times he heard Henry ask his father to break a certain promise in the matter of Caer Yees beyond the wave, and the 3rd time the father did not refuse the king. This, says the story, is why Thomas never liked to make a promise thereafter, for fear of breaking it. The Radiant Stair, the Watchman's Shrine here, is decorated with the Eye Elegabline, a controversial variant of the Watchman's Eye. The Elegabline rites have always had a shaky doctrinal status. It would not often have been seen, of course. These stairs were reserved for the choir monks who sang the Liturgy of the Hours, the only ones permitted to enter the chancel. Still, it is a little surprising that the eye was allowed to remain, even when the monastery was dissolved and the aisle given to the de Wolf. So this might be one related to Abbot Geoffrey. And the chancel of the Abbey Church, the Church of the Unconquered Sun, acknowledges only a handful of hours: the Sun in Rags or Splendor, the Menascate, the Madrigad, the Watchman, and reluctantly the Wolf Divided. Any other so-called hours must be lesser powers, wicked impostors, or superstitions. So the Church denies 2 of the 3 hours of the chancel, and yet it's the chancel who are said to determine which of their peers qualify as hours. That's theology for you. Abbot Geoffrey decreed that all 3 should be venerated in this holiest of room to avoid actual heresy. To avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the 3 to be named. That's theology too. So I think that would be all of the solar rooms accounted for, unless there's a couple. So they are in clusters, but it is worth mentioning that this is a curia room down here, so... I don't believe so, no. I don't even think I have it. So the skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. Oh, sorry, unless you're talking about like a real book, Bit 101. Sorry, are you talking about like an actual piece of literature that I can read in the real world, or were you referring to a text in... Oh, sorry, you were talking about a real book. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about a tome in Book of Hours. I'm completely absorbed in the game, and I'm not acknowledging that there is in fact a world beyond what I'm seeing on my monitor right now. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's see what the gulls gave up. Hey, an orphan chick! A peeping little thing. Its mother is dead or flown. Yeah, I wouldn't leave that with a cat either. So, we have today's work. Today's work's kind of cut out for us. We're going to get 2 more gossip, or well, 2 more Rose memories. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Just gonna take a quick peek here. Yeah, so this is another example here, right? This is baronial, even though the surround... Oh no, actually this one's kind of close to the baronial stuff. Yeah, in my view, it never hurts to just take a peek, make sure that you don't have any obvious candidates for solar, let's say, and then move on. But I think we're good. So yeah, I do need to... There's 2 decisions that I need to make. So number 1, after upgrading the Rose, I need to decide whether or not I want to put the effort into reading this Grail text right now. And the other alternative is, do I want to try and put some heavy effort into recruiting the nun? Do I want to... excuse me. You know, do I want to get a little crafting done? I suppose the weather will help determine some of this. But for starters, let's start working on some memories. So this time we will read It Is Written. Assuming we have it. I'm not less sure of that. That's in the Mallory, I think. Okay, so either I missed it on the first round, or I don't yet have it in... Well, okay, there's actually always 3 possibilities. So either I don't have it, I misplaced it, or the name changed over the course of the time of me writing that down to... to today. This is Introduction to the Histories. Okay, so Locksmith Dream 1 through 5, Deo Reese, Traveling at Night, Rose of Nuriel, Rose of Hypatia, Rose of Woznai, Book of Changes, not the Centipede, right? Cinders, sorry. Ettery After, I don't know this one. Crossing to Noon, I don't even want to guess. Exercise in the Continuity of Self, Musgrave Sketches? No, Malachite Supplications. A Seventh Voice. We just read this for crying out loud. Morphe Codex. No idea. Demotu Corporum Veditorum. Ask for it by name. Chandler's Wish. Gospel of Zacchaeus. Yep. No clue. Letters from a Fugitive. Essite Supplications. Seventh Letter. Sun's Lament. A True History of Valentine de Wolfe. Keonid Abydos, we read that a lot. Introduction to the Histories, Oblations in Iron, Seven Shards, Almanac of Entrances, Twin Serpent Tantra, Bancroft Diaries, Three Flower Hath the Tree, Apollo Marsyas, Shaven Lock Tantra, Queens of the River. I keep forgetting that's a scale book now. Victory of Crowns, Journal of Thomas DeWolf, I think. Yeah. Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats, Karisham Portalan, Perugian Diaries. I'm getting better at remembering these. And of course I blow this one. Stolen Histories, okay. Apolapau, A Pale Lady, and A Prince of Wines. Yeah. Okay, we apparently don't have Volume 1 of Orchid Transfigurations, but we do have Volume 2 and 3. I never remember this one, Amalgam of the Red Rose. Don't remember Codex Acephali. On Matthias and the Amethyst, Imago. Oh, God. I think this might be Lamentations, Transformation. No. Pursuit, Transformation, Loss. Not even close. Don't remember. Elations of Lamentius. This is the collected Hush House lectures. What Does Not Bark, the storm text. Thanks, Justice Tool. This is actually just kind of a test, right? I'd love it if this was a flex, but this is actually just a test to see if I can remember these. But this is just a great little example of how much the game sort of starts working on you. So yeah, What Does Not Bark. Wainscot Diaries? Sorry, World Despoiled. Okay. Wainscot Histories, not Diaries. Feckery's Herbery, we've used that one a whole lot. Wainscot Histories, that one we use a lot. Exorcism for Girls, again, we use a lot. Republic of Teeth, can't be Valentine DeWolf's. Thomas DeWolf? Anyways, it was one of the DeWolf's political tracts. What am I saying? Valentine DeWolf was the eccentric one. I don't remember SS. Singlefoot Songs, right. Wood Tut. I feel like I should know this one, but I don't. Warming Draughts to Unlift. Oh, yes, that's right. I think this one also gives me a satisfaction. By their marks shall ye know them. Yep. Musgrave Sketches. Wrapped in the King. We use this one a lot. Something about the House of Leith, I think, but I can't remember the name. This is practice for when you start keeping them on the bridge. Damascene Traditions of the House of Leith, that's right. This is Book of the Centipede for sure. And QT. I don't think I could get it if I had more time. Queen's Turn, yeah, I never would have guessed that. Okay, this is the Geminiad 1 through 3. 13. No. First of all, it's 12, but I don't remember 12. Letters of Consequence, right. Introduction to the No, this. I actually don't remember this one. Instrument of the Heart. Yeah, these ones I'm going to be a lot less familiar with. Other Eye of the Serpent, Sunset Celia, and The End of Days. Let's deal with the right-hand side. 108 is, in fact, 108. That's an easy one. Oh, this is a good one. Alapine... No, not Alapine. Asclepian something or other. A true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. I think we can forgive me for not remembering the full title. Medusa's Lament. Yeah. Oblations in Iron... No, that couldn't be it. Don't remember. On Imperfections. I should remember MOM. No. Mirror of Melisynth. Wouldn't have guessed that. Black Nephrite? Yeah. IMOG. Nope. In the Memory of Gods. Oh, that was, yeah, a neat one. Alright. Nin's Cages. Oh, crap. This is the pop-up book version of Nin's Cages. Nin's Cages, Bruges text illuminated. The merciful measures of the witch Nin. This is only a partial version of the original, but it contains illustrations by Nin's pupil, Mabley of Bruges, which supplement the original. All right, I am slightly curious about what you're sharing here. Kittling Ripe at the... No, and the... Moldy Warp's Grave. Kittling Ripe and the Moldy Warp's Grave and Other Stories. I think this is Glimmerings. Advice on Containment, Thirza Blake's work. Yep. This is a Latin... De Rastru Quercum? Yep. I should know this. Vincent's... Not Musings, is it? Minglings. Vincent's Minglings. T of A almost makes me think that it's a... Oh, no. Temptations of Architecture. This is the... Locksmith's Dream... Wheel Lock. text, or Westcott's writing on Temptations of Architecture. God, this is the one about bees, but why can I not remember? The Beekeeper's Ends. Yeah, wouldn't have remembered that. NOB? No. Notes on Bindings. CS. That isn't Callicite Supplications, is it? Okay, well, there you have it. The Black Book of Brittany. SITS. SITS. Don't remember. Shadow in the Stair. LER. Nope. Oh, Lady Ava's Repose, of course. I feel like I should put all the DeWolf things together. Oh, god damn it. I should remember this one. It was almost certainly about Witch and Sister. Two Wombs, One Heart, the fanciful account by Thirza Blake of the early life of the twins, their time as mortals before they became hours or even long in a dry kingdom beyond the Western Sea, which Thirza suggests might have been ancient Mexico. Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf. No clue. Serenity of the Black Wood. Yes, Serena Blackwood. Vincent's Inscriptions, I think? Yeah. Or the Vincent Inscriptions. This is the Snare of the Tree. So this is a fun one because this book actually exists in the real world. This is Alexis Kennedy's book on game design, The Snare of the Tree, although Collected Proverbs of Aunt Mopsy is not the actual name of it. But you can order it both digitally and a printed copy. The printed copy is on the Etsy store. The digital copy, I believe, is sold through Amazon. Treaties on Underplaces. A Something in Something. A Shape in Smoke. This is Skeleton Songs for sure. HK, I think, is a reference. Something about Heinrich de Wolf, but I don't remember what. The Hissing Key, not even close. Just Verse is the Christopher Lopoli poetry work that wasn't successful. iOS, I feel like I should know, but don't remember. Intimations of Skin, didn't remember. Hoag. Nope. Humors of Jen. Oh, for heaven's sake, I just read this. But yeah, Humors of a Gentleman. I like that play. ATSHC, don't remember, and obviously this is starting to take a while, so As the Sun is Coarse. Probably shouldn't remember that one. Feet. From History to Eternity. LTMS. No, I'm really starting to stress. Some of these I will have only read once, so it's maybe not so surprising that I'm forgetting some of these. Letters to My Successor. Oh, that's right. This is one I definitely want to read more often. Don't remember H. Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. 13... this is like 13 Torments, 7 Enticement... Sorry, 13... There's a 7 Torments, 13 Enticements. Not even close. This is 1,000 Threads. These are the Kukerbit prison records, 1927-28. Ambrosial. No, The Ascendant. Deaths of the Moon. Yeah, another one I don't know. Book of the White Cat. Okay. AFM. Again, no clue. The Exorcist Field Manual. TOW, I feel I should know. Probably about worms? The Tantra of Worms, that's why. I keep thinking the Tantras are circle. In the Mallory, yep. DT, again, should be an easy one for me to remember, but I don't. Devoured Tantra. Oh man, the Tantras keep messing me up because I keep thinking they're scrolls. ME is another one that I feel like I should remember. The Moon's Egg. Yeah, that was one that I remember paying attention to, but I don't. TIFF BT DFOO. Those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternal order of obliviates, or something along those lines. Those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of obliviates. It is not clear whether or not CROD, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate order of immortal adepts. He wrote in the 16th century after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. Iron Book and Silver Book, the colors are the key. A co-op. No idea. A catalog of uncharted pleasures. E.T. Encircling Tantra. SC Secret Colors wouldn't have gotten. The 3 and 3. Yeah, Vatican manuscript. Okay, this is the 12 enticements, 7 torments. Oh, 26 enticements. You know, if I just bother to read the spines, I'd get more of these right. The librarian is System Chalk. System Chalk is the librarian. In most histories, the librarian tries to leave a legacy by altering history through the wisdoms. In this history, he makes Preparation H jokes and tries to remember the books for fame. You know, his job. I haven't made one Preparation H joke yet. This is just the Sister of the Knot or something like that. Oh, no, not even close. The Wonderful Shape. Okay. Blessings and Invocations of the Triple Knot, recorded at a sanctuary in Cyprus, notable for its weavers, sculptors, and gardeners. BOT. Book of Thrones? Yep. This is the full strength, the cask strength, if you will, Nin's Cages. The Merciful Measures of the Witch Nin, the Avignon text. Botb. Book of the True Blood. Or Book of True Blood, sorry. Oh, that's interesting. I think this is a typo, actually, because it should be BOTB, not BOTTB. TWDNW. Something do not... Works do not... The world does not weep, that's right. TW... The world does not sleep. Those who do not sleep. This can't be the Larkabine Codex. We already read that, didn't we? Okay, well, I can shut up. De Bellis Murorum? Yeah. Concursum Diaries. I just read this one. I feel like such a... The Unhatched History? Unhatched Hymns. Oh, damn it. These are the ones that I read today. I should remember those. Yeah, this one I don't remember at all. The Carbonex Schism, and then the Book of Maya. So I think we have settled the matter that we don't have It Is Written. But we do have Letters of a Fugitive, so let's see if I can find that. The playthrough will not be considered truly over until I can recite every single book in the library from memory in order. It's a 24-hour stream where I'm just begging you to release me from this pact. And of course, after all that effort, I've completely forgotten where I put Letters from a Fugitive. My mouse was over Letters of a Fugitive 3 times, or It Is Written? Okay, I'm gonna use Fast for this. I don't need to, so first of all, it is, nobody will ever be able to direct. On Twitch, there is always, even with the lower delay, you will never be able to direct a mouse, and some of the fun of the game is actually finding the book, so. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And I haven't watched even season 1 yet. I kind of want to read the book before, but I'm still catching up on I'm still catching up on all the other reading that I want to do. Okay, Shaft 4. Gossip. So we'll read The Queens of the Rivers for that one. Oh, that's interesting. Did I skip over that one? I think I did. Anyways, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. There's a pretty funny scene where an angel hiding all sorts of all the books in a particular library by the first letters of the first last sentence of the first chapter of the book. Oh man, I gotta do that. I'll do that in like a special YouTube series or something like that. Maybe all of my YouTube series is, for Book of Hours would be built around different indexing systems. Okay, From History to Eternity, I believe we did have that one. Now, I still have the blank book that I haven't accounted for, but... don't remember if this was in the middle or the top. So as much as I love doing that that test of memory, it really did not serve my primary goal, which was to find where I put all my different books. Actually want to see if I can make the so we'll do geometrical approaches, like so to try and maximize the distance between certain concepts or minimize the distance between certain concepts while actually keeping, so there has to like oh man, this is actually be a really fun one. So try to maximize the total distance between all books, but in addition to that, you also want to ensure that as you say, semantic distance. So in addition to the fact that you want to spread the books out over the maximum area and like maximize the distance between individual books, but you also don't want it to just be arbitrary points. You want like the greatest distance between opposing concepts. I have a feeling that if I were to introduce that algorithm on the Weather Factory Reddit, that would be even less popular than the put everything on the bridge entry. All right, sorry. I think I was saying I was looking for History to Eternity. So let me just focus for a second to find this one. Now, one of the reasons why I actually want to take the time to cycle through a few different books is because as nice as it is for me to remember some go-tos in terms of where I get certain memories, there is important information that's revealed in the books. And so it's in my interest to reread, just like in Cultist Simulator. The difference is that in Cultist Simulator, you reread books because you lose, whereas this game you can't lose. And the difference though is that this game always gives you like the ability to read the books whenever you want. So as a consequence, I just need to make sure, yes, we have the Tryst available. But yeah, so as a consequence, you kind of want to make sure that you're, if you can, like once you have some experience, that you do actually take the time to refamiliarize yourself. Whether you do that through taking notes, which I do physically on a few of these, or you just refresh your knowledge of the books. The reason I do this is because as nice as it is to have some notes about the texts, I think there are some things that are maybe a little bit more important after you get certain types of knowledge. And so some of the things that you'll find most interesting about given texts will usually come from they'll usually wind up coming from, you know, playing the game a little bit and becoming more familiar with, you know, maybe just certain concepts and some of the implications in terms of what the texts say. So again, those are a couple of reasons why I wouldn't just want to have a full library of all the copied text. Again, it's very easy to get a copy. You just click on the text and you can paste it into whatever notebook you want. But for my part, I do actually still see some value in taking the time to reread the text as it appears in the game as an action, because I'm thinking about different things at given moments, right? There was a time when I wouldn't spend that much effort going through rooms, and we're actually approaching one of those times now, and then I'd focus a little bit more on rooms. Another good example here, right? This is a very interesting thing. The chrysalis, right? You know, this is just sitting there, you know, in the nocturnal area of the house. You know, generally one does not just sort of say, oh, giant chrysalis, well, you know, that's just a thing. You know, you maybe want to follow up on that, but that's true for so many things in Hush House. There is no shortage of things for me to follow up on. And so what I do here is, you know, I try to find my focuses, I don't know, where I can. I try to focus on what I think is valuable at the time, knowing that I will be able to move on to another set of priorities once my actions are freed up. This was the last prisoner to be admitted to the jail, but only the date has been recorded. No record of its origin, crime, or arrest remains. Collars was a man of many secrets. Sometimes, however, he was also a generous man, so he insisted that it be provided for with a bed and with writing materials should it ever feel the need for them. Okay, so we're getting ready to level up Sand Stories. I'm gonna wait. I'll probably use this whisk to recover my Earth sign. Yeah, actually, what else am I going to use it for? So we will read Wrapped in the King. And who knows, I might even use the health for... Oh, you know what? There was... I was actually going to try and do something else, but I'll sort that out. Yeah, I'll sort that out another day. I needed an element of the soul for it, but... I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So this, of course, also means that I'm not going to... Oh, Gale. This also means that I'm not going to be going to the Sweet Bones and trying anything, but again, that's fine. I've got plenty. Can you check out the chrysalis? What's the return period? I don't think there's ever been a case where somebody can take the book out of the library in this game. I know there was the threat of theft, but I don't know if that actually ever wound up in the final version of the game. A spelling bee. I've probably got a couple of spelling bees in here. Okay. Cat. No. Feed bird to cat. Okay, Wrapped in the King. Detailed accounts of the secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in the necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. It actually occurred to me, I think I read one too many books. From History to Eternity, the Contraband Manual of the Inks of Revelation. The author Oh, this is one that I want to read carefully. The Contraband Manual of the Inks of Revelation. The author explains in a brief foreword that she is a high-ranking officer of an agency of the duties, and that though she supports its mission, she has concerns about the long-term consequences of its work. All histories braided into a golden loop, a shining ascent to eternity. I had never imagined how I could be afraid that there might be too few truths. I could be wrong, but I'd like to leave at least one door ajar. Ichor auroral can be brewed into an acastum terminale associated with the second history using Inks of Revelation techniques with rose aspect. The author warns that this is exceptionally difficult since these techniques aren't aligned with rose, but that's why I am hoping that the door will stay ajar even once all the others are closed. I wish you luck. Alright. So I am gonna slap myself for not... And I am... Oh, there we go. There's my pen. I was gonna say, I'm unbelievably disorganized. So let me just take a look at that note again. Okay, nope, I had that before. So that's, I think there's actually two things that are useful about that hint. It's not even the Incastum Terminale, as helpful as that is, but it's actually the confirmation that there will probably be keeper recipes that require additional that require aspects outside the normal ones. So we'll take a obviously we'll take a look at what we can do with Inks of Revelation, but I have a feeling that I've got all my work ahead of me for that. Alright, the Queen of the Vistula is poisoned. The Queen of the Niper chokes on a fishhook. The Queen of the Tagus is burnt alive. The culprit, it transpires, is the audience. The surviving queens are directed to execute whatever audience members do not escape. A surprisingly lucid epilogue suggests the correspondence of the river names with historical events does provide clues to secret histories behind our own. And Letters from a Fugitive. Lars Westergren, explorer and murderer, spent 7 years escaping justice through his knowledge of byways and shortcuts in the bounds. Throughout that time, he wrote regularly to his daughter, possibly in part to taunt his pursuers. A year with the Légion de Sol, patrolling the bounds until he deserts. A month in the Priory of Captains in Morbihan. 7 days, or so he claims, in Ys behind the wave. Cornered at last by his pursuers, Westergren writes that he will attempt the paths of the sun. He doesn't seem sanguine about his chances, and indeed this is his last letter. An editor's note adds that Westergren's whereabouts or end remain unknown, although he is supposedly sighted at the Christmas market in Vienna, the negotiations between invisible underworld figures that happen each year there in 1929. Okay. So, let's take stock. So first of all, I think I committed too much to my sand stories. I just needed 2, but it's actually not a bad thing that I took too much. So I'm going to take the intuition and the gossip and use that to upgrade the sand stories. I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. And against my better judgment, I am actually going to take the time to recover a Faust. And one argument for it is I can use it to, make a little money. But the actual reason is I want to play around with some inks. Now, my health is available, so I could draw some water. That's less exciting. Let's see what's available in spring, because I have a feeling... Okay, moth orchids in spring, and summer, honey scar jasmine in autumn, fragrant chalice in summer, Lenten rose in winter, rarer plants might flourish in Numa. Cat's claw in spring, trumpeter's lily in summer. You know what? Let's go with the bees. Honey or beeswax, if I'm careful. I also want to try with the vegetables, but... And actually, the vineyard, for that matter. But yeah, so I'm thinking Fraser, Serena, Natalia all need to find their places, and I feel like I have enough information to get them in place, so that's one thing I want to get out of the books. I want to also learn a little bit more about Abbot Jeffrey and where the Sacra Lamea would go. Oh, that's right, that's what I wanted to use the element of the soul for. The scale is now level 3, its power aspects have also increased. But for now, we're just going to wait with... oh no! For now, we're just going to wait for our Faust. We're actually in pretty good shape as far as the things that I want, so I'm going to realign these. So there's the Earthquake name. So these go away at the end of the day. Well, I could put it on the ground, but I'm worried that I might step on it, so unfortunately, because I don't have a place to put it... Tell me everything you know! Oh, hang on. It's not cooperative yet. Okay. There's so many things that I want to try and do. One chance? Okay. Now again, this doesn't count yet. Okay. And then the Sacra Lamea, I can't... Well, I guess it still counts as a... Sky, but again, I don't quite have the logic in terms of why that would be shameful forever. I mean, I can basically do this for all of them, but it's not a very thoughtful way of going about it. Oops. What I need to think a little bit more about is specifically Abbot Jeffrey and what the item that I got was referring to. But that wasn't the reason I got the Faust. The reason I got the Faust was to play around with Inks of Revelation. So I suspect I have my work cut out for me here. Oh, you're kidding me. It's gonna cause a real problem. Okay, so we'll take Inks of Revelation, Faust. I might as well put the Didymos in. Actually, okay, so I can throw the... What? Ah! Okay, so we have to put the Icor Auroral in. So now for substance, I would need to find the... oh, here we go. No, that's looking for glass. Okay, so at this point, what I'm looking for is something rosy. The more rose, the better, but at this point, any rose... Okay, well, Ava's locks are a start. Okay, so clearly it's not just any quantity of rose. I need a specific quantity of rose, and I have a feeling that I'm not going to be able to get it by this combination. In fact, this drops me down to the lantern as well. Yet I feel like... I feel like there's something that I can do here. This doesn't like my... Well, okay. We can try and play around the edges, I guess. Nope, but then the question would be, where does the Ichor Auroral go? Okay. But it doesn't take Inks of Revelation. Okay, so let's think about our lantern. Yeah, so Elements of the Soul are a non-starter there. Yeah, Confounding Parable also doesn't work. Okay. I always get a little surprised by what I can and can't do in the kitchens, but I think in the case of making this... wow, man, okay, I'm getting surprised. I still don't think the Confounding Parable works, though, yeah. Yeah. It's a little surprising, but unfortunately the Faust winds up being okay. So I think it's fair to say we're not actually going to pull this thing off, but let's think a little bit about what we get to play with, because I can always mess around with this later. So what we're really looking for here, it's an undisclosed amount of rows, and let's just say that we need to find some kind of combination of memory and solution. So let's as a flyer, I'll say, I don't know, 5 rows, just throwing it out there. So for substances we need leaf, root, material, remains, or flower. And then a memory, and specifically one with winter, lantern, grail, or forge. Now those are in pretty ready supply. I would need at least 2 lantern off of that. So the real question now becomes, what will give me the maximum number of, like the maximum amount in terms of rows, and what will give me the maximum amount in terms of lantern. The good news here is that most of my options work here, right? I can get Revelations, 2 lantern, that's easy. And it's not that hard to dig up substances, excuse me, that will give me 2 2 lantern as well. The harder question is, where do I get that 3 rows from? Because I don't believe I have lantern rose combination items. So let's just take a look. I'm going to go top to bottom, room to room, and I want to see if we can. And again, if I'm going to use it in this slot, it has to go under solution. So we're stuck with substances. So again, I'm going to go room to room just to see what my options are. So the one thing we know is that Ava's locks are not sufficient. And in fact, just because we don't have any other source for secret history, the Forbidden Epic, that's the really upsetting one. Like, I feel like that was something that could have worked for us. Yeah, so perhaps unsurprisingly, the Potted Orchid does not push us over the edge. I don't think any of the wood gives us rows, but the whole point of testing this stuff is to verify. The Numa plants are clearly interesting. Very interesting, in fact. Yeah, so Aglyphotis on its own is not sufficient, but you can almost see how the right combination of other factors might push it over. I don't think there's any rows out of these, but again, there's a reason why we look. I'm also slightly biased towards checking this area here simply because I don't think there's going to be a whole lot, so it's just easier to knock off a big part of the house. Now, all that this is really recommending to me is now that I've got my upgraded sand stories, I probably should be putting more effort into my rose recipes. Again, attempting 2 here, but we need a 3 or better. If I can get a 3, that's really a big signifier of something. If it's less than 3, it's just simply, you know, it's a shot in the dark, right? It doesn't tell me if I need a specific item. It doesn't tell me if I, you know, like there's the you can run into the question is like, okay, is it because I don't have the right item? Is it because I don't have the right intensity of that item? There's lots of different ways that you can sort of parse that, and it leaves you without a really clear path, and that's kind of what the aim for these steps are about. And again, I'm thinking this stuff is just not, yeah. I mean, so this is a interesting example, right? If I were to try and find, you know, replace this memory and somehow get the confounding parable in, that would be educational. Well, actually, this wouldn't be educational because we'd still be at 4 rows, but... the fact that it has rows too might mean that I just wind up with the Encastum Porphyrite. Which is not necessarily the one I'm looking for. I used to know the Encastums for the different histories, but I couldn't tell you offhand. I feel I used to know them at least. Okay, so I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say we don't have it. So. Nice attempt. Don't quite have what we need. Where and what and how? Right, we're collecting honey. That's fine. Okay. So I'm less interested in sand stories because that's not as bad as I thought it was, but Path and Pilgrim gives us a little more in terms of rows. So let me just see where we're at in terms of the recipes. So interestingly enough, it looks like Sand Stories already has its results. So we've seen Asmiel for... Oh. That gives me something to think about. But yeah, its Rose result is Asmiel, and its other is Stimfling. I think I messed up the sand stories. Okay, so this is interesting. It's looking like we're actually quite dry in terms of higher level rose memories, which is not what I was expecting. Although again, the Forbidden Epic provides us a heavy dose of rose. So perhaps the better way for me to think about this. So number one, I might want to take a look at. So I suppose one thing that I would first look at would be what can I do in terms of. So Caller's Desk would probably be a good example of this because it takes Lantern and Rose. So we would do something like add Inks of Revelation, a Forbidden Epic. We could add Fost. Yeah, we're short on... Oh, that's right, but I can't add the relevant liquid. Okay, that doesn't help me. I thought I was onto something there. Okay, so we can't make the Forbidden Epic work at the Alchemist Glassware. I don't think we can make it work at the Dispensary. Yeah. We need to start looking for places that will accept the Ichor Auroral then. Okay, so that's not a start. I'm thinking probably it's the kitchens. Okay, first of all, Forbidden Epic is accepted. Is accepted. Not accepted. Non-starter. I don't think the Hermit's Workbench helps here. Yeah, non-starter. Apparently it works there though. Okay, this is a lot more helpful. So you can see which of these things gets highlighted when I pick it up apparently. Or I thought I could. Does this not take... This has to take... Okay, so that's not reliable. Yeah, so it doesn't like the Forbidden Epic. That's not on the menu. It's much more complicated than I thought it would be. Okay, so that's a start, but that doesn't take the Forbidden Epic. Oh man. This is absolutely bonkers if this winds up being how this works. Okay, good. should probably take a look and see what this actually counts as. So this is a liquid and a pigment. Okay, hang on. Ah! You'd think Moth and Moon would get along a lot better than they actually do. I'm also trying to get to the spot where I'm sort of clarifying for myself, am I running into these problems because I'm trying a very narrow set of, like, am I basically trying too narrow a set of priorities, and if I expanded, would I be able to, would I be able to accomplish what I'm looking for, or is the specific task I'm looking for impossible? I definitely don't feel that it's impossible, and it's hard for me to see the Forbidden Epic as not being relevant to the Inks of Revelation. Like the Inks of Revelation action. But yeah, whether or not I've got it now is a whole other question. There was another room that I wanted to check out right here. Here the whole Curia used to meet, the librarian and the secretary Salvant, vigilant and enigmatic, sometimes even the secretary Nunkiant, although the duties of that office usually kept him away from the house. But there has only ever been one secretary persistent, and she has never liked to eat in company. That was in the good times of the Curia's heyday. In later years, the governor of the jail would sit on one end, the librarian at the other, and the clock would tick away the long silences between their words. Okay. I feel like there was an altar at which you could put a liquid. Apparently I'm not remembering that correctly, though. So as far as I can tell, my best bet here is still the alchemist glassware. But it cuts me off of the Forbidden Epic, which means that I need to find a different combination to make this work. So, I mean, one obvious answer for me is to hunt down a... actually, hang on. Gossip. Just gossip is Grail. That'll get me the 5 that I need. So I suppose the question is, do I feel strongly enough about this to renew an element of the soul? And I actually do. I think I have enough time as well to restore it. So, for starters, I'll read the Karashim Portalon. This wasn't actually quite how I wanted to spend the day, but I'm not unhappy that I did this. Just, you know, it's nice to... It's nice to follow interests where you can. But I do need to think a little bit about... I don't know. Like I need a slight. I think I need a more directed approach to how I'm doing this. All right, we got some honey or beeswax if I'm careful. So I might want to try doing this with orchids and narcotics again, just to see whether or not this is a regular result or if this is randomly determined. Honey and mackerel, the breakfast of champions. I will also take a look and see what it takes to make me another one of them in customs. Okay, so if I add Lethe... Lethe and Moon, huh? I mean, I didn't sign up for the easy stuff. How you doing, Temp Mine? All right. There's my gossip. There's my Faust. Let's see if I'm wasting my time here. Wow, I really miss... I really messed this one up. Because clearly I don't have enough lantern now. I also don't have enough rose, so unless there is some kind of a lantern rose... Lantern Rose combo. Yeah, it would seem to me the minimum is a 15. A 15 lantern. I don't see how I get around that. Yeah, I think I just wasted a bunch of time. Okay. I'm going to say this is going in the too difficult pile. I'm going to make my money back at the Sweet Bones, and we'll call it for the day. I will go back to this, because I feel like there is sort of just there's just a chain of reasoning that I need to put together, and some of this is going to involve, you know, just taking a look at some basic things that I've got. So, you know, the awakened feathers, the cat's claw, the moth orchids, right? Like, just making sure that there aren't any... So, like, the Aglaophotis is a perfect example here that provides lantern and rose. So, like, when I take a look at what I'm trying to accomplish here, like, these would be two... These would be two very clear inputs to put together. But the drawback that I have here is that if it's a question of getting... sufficient lantern, I either need to upgrade Inks of Revelation... Actually, hang on. Good God, I'm a moron. I'm gonna get that Foss back. Okay, I may not be able to make the money back, but actually I think we can handle it. Too far into the night for me to want to work the lantern here. Rose to the occasion. All right, so yeah, this is totally. I mean, in the end, it's a net bonus of 4 rather than 6, so I'm not that worried about it. But let's, we made the effort. We might as well see. Okay. So with a combination of Aglafotis, the Ichor, Auroral, Inks of Revelation, and Foss, this was not sufficient to... and again, I'll avoid, like, really obvious stuff like what was... yeah, Ichor Auroral plus Rose, and Castum Terminale of the Second History, Inks of Revelation... Yeah. So there's no, silliness where it's like, aha, it's actually the Ichor Vitreous, right? So if it's a question of Rose, it's more Rose than I have here. And the obvious next candidate would be the Forbidden Epic, except that the Forbidden Epic cannot enter into this setup. So, it is what it is. I am going to hit unpause. I'm actually going to time this out to see whether or not I had enough time to go back to the Sweet Bones, but I don't think I do. Again, we're fine for money, so I'm not that worried about it, but this will be educational. So I suppose the question now would be if I was willing to take a shot with the with this high-level ink. Do I want to wait till the end of spring, or do I want to work with it now? Okay, we're at 47 seconds. Yeah, we were not even close. We would have been shy 10 seconds there. Okay, so let's see what we've got. Alright, cloudy day doesn't give me too much. I think this might actually be a good place to wrap up for today. Because I have a number of different tasks that are sort of lying ahead of me, and it's not obvious which one is the most important for me to follow up on right now. So we'll kind of do a recap of what we've got. So the question in front of me right now would be, this will be like a long wrap up just because there's a few different things that I can do. So one of these steps would be the Dream of the Conspiracy of the Lower Skies. So it would seem to me that in order to be able to read this book, we take Resurgences and Emergences and the scale. So that would give us 10, and then we can add, I think it's actually just 2 Grail. Actually, I should probably just take a look here and see if any of these have Grail, but I don't see why they would. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I think actually what we would put together for this would just be 12. So essentially, this would be one where we're stacking up, 3 or 4 Grail, and then hiring people, hoping for the best. So I actually see this as being a very unlikely one for us to achieve, unless, of course, we don't do that, and instead we use the Maracat, which is a completely legitimate and very likely outcome for us. So, either or. It kind of depends on what I think is most valuable to me at the time. So let's actually play this out. So Maracat right now I have insects and nectars is the only thing that I know that can create it. Wow, did I get something out in the wrong spot? Okay, herbs and infusions goes down here, orchids and narcotics. Okay, so I'm actually genuinely curious how I how I work this out. Insects and nectars is 5. Okay, yeah, it's not as bad as I thought. So yeah, we need 5 nectar to work with. So that would be at the dispensary, I think. I don't think the alchemist's table can work with nectar in a useful way. Okay, no, I already see how this worked. So probably what I did was insects and nectars, and then it wants lethe as an input, so we take one of these. Okay, that actually gives us 2 nectars, so it's not as bad as I thought. So then it needs a matter. Oh, right. Okay. So the essential peroist. Okay, we're actually a lot closer to being able to make this than I thought. In fact, if we just take the earth sign. Okay, well there we go. That's our Grail text taken care of. I think I'm actually gonna commit that. Maybe I'll make myself like a replacement lethe too. Sorry, I'm trying to find my lethe recipe. Okay, containment herbs and infusions. I think inks of containment is my best bet here. So I may have... Well, it wants a beverage, so... So I guess we'd add the Tryst here, Shadow... I'm 4 down. Oh, I can get 2 from a memory. Where would I get? I guess it would be the Mist-Kissed Water would be my best bet for a double moon. I can work with that. And the old wound isn't actually that hard to get, so let's just pour that Mist-Kissed Water out and... Ah! Alright, Inks of Containment with a Scholar level Moth plus a beverage creates Lethe. I'm having trouble finding the old wound. Okay, that's a simple 5 moon. That I may actually need some work with. Not as much as you'd think. So I can either recover the Tryst or I can throw something else at it. Oh no, this is actually a piece of cake. So we use a Faust, we use Edict's Marshal. We don't need the memory, we just need the lunar globe. As we ponder the orb, we will recall an old wound. There we go. Explore an old wound to awaken the violent resonances within. Alright, so we're sort of back on track. I've got a Faust, a Shapt, and a Whist that are free for today. Oh yeah, one other thing I can do. I've already used... I've used up my Earth sign, so I can read Wrapped in the King again. Actually, hang on. I believe... is it really the case that none of these take Forge? Huh. Okay, so it actually turns out that Shapt doesn't do as much as I thought it would. I can't even remember what I put my heart towards here, and that's kind of annoying me. Alright, so I will use Shapt to read Wrapped in the King again. If I'm expecting a Numa coming up, it's actually sort of wasteful for me to mess around with all this stuff. And then the question comes down to what do I do with the Faust and the Whist? So in the case of the Gulls, I at least have Faust available to play around with, which means that Whist is free. In a bad day, I would go to the Sweet Bones, and on a good day, I would try and use this as an input to some kind of... a lether, but not a leather. The distinction is important, just like the wound wounds. Or the wound wounds. Or the wound wound. Sorry, I think I said that already. Oh yeah, I should also remember that I have a sacrament malachite. I have 2 of them. So I really should not be as stingy about nectar as I have been. Okay. Yeah, I think it's very fair to say that I have some options. So, the overall plan. So I think I've said let's not even worry about memories for let's not even worry about memories for the text. Let's just make an ink that will make it basically trivial to read The Dream of the Conspiracy of Lower Skies. Now that's a fairly major event for me because that's really it in terms of books that I can read right now. I can get myself a little bit more runway if I can find myself some inks with Rose. But it would seem to me that I don't actually have... I was going to say many, but I actually think it would be more accurate to say I don't think I have any. So I've started to get a bit of an ink collection over on in Christopher's Nook. But even for the ones that I don't always look at, so Asmiel is more moon-oriented. I suppose there was Houndsgall, which was that upstairs? Yeah, so Houndsgall was heavy scale. Oh, that reminds me, yeah, there's a couple of scale things I want to experiment with. But yeah, like, unless I can make porphyrite, I don't see a lot of rose in my future. So that means I'm going to need to find... Basically, I'm going to need to find something... something to bring me over the hump on these rose texts. Now, if I'm really, really desperate, the way that I would handle... So let's take the Red Book of Brittany as an example. Baby gull. So orphan chick, a peeping little thing. Its mother is dead or flown. I believe it is a seagull. Check. So, the way I'm thinking about this, so like we take something like Path and Pilgrim. So the best that we can throw at this problem right now. Actually, sorry, it's not entirely true. So if I take my Forbidden Epic, if I go for Path and Pilgrim, that will bring me up to 9. The Lunar Globe brings me up to 10. Okay. Yeah, this is actually so premature. Actually, no, it's not premature. It's late. I should have done this when I first got the Forbidden Epic. I should have used it to read more rose text, because if I didn't... So if we get Numa in summer, like there's two possibilities that we're facing right now, which is we try and read this text today, we read it, and then we wind up with a bunch of memories that we need to deal with a potential Numa. Or Numa comes before we use the Forbidden Epic, we lose the Forbidden Epic, and then we need to generate that again. Now the good news is the Forbidden Epic is easier to get than the lessons. But yeah, I think instead of searching for inks, probably the smarter choice for me would have been to be a little bit less stingy in terms of using my persistent memory. Like, I know why I did it, and I think it's okay that I did it this way. But this is really the point where I need to start thinking about committing some of these things. So yes, in terms of my too difficult pile, I'm going to unleash the Forbidden Epic. That should get us to the Red Book of Brittany, the Radical Measure, and then hopefully the History of Inks. Whatever we get, my hope is that we're going to be able to apply, some of the memories to boost up my rose. Otherwise, if that's all exhausted, the last thing that we can do is try to hire some people again, because we have a reserve Sacrament Malachite if I need to go to the Honeyed Forbidding, and in fact the Sagging Dock should be quite easy for us to manage because we can just get a very powerful moon memory. And again, that's just a question in terms of how I want to spend my time. But yeah. You know what? I know I said I was gonna wrap up, but let's finish out the season. We might even go a little bit further. I'm just going to start by letting these things finish out their time. But I'm going to experiment with... what I'm really trying to do is actually generate an earthquake name. Because this is a case of something that's going to go away. There's my old wound. There's my earth sign. right. This is why I used the heart. Okay. So I'm going to put an earthquake name in here, and then we should have a fairly powerful... Yeah, nearly can't. In fact, I wonder... I don't think I have something that'll work directly with scale, but... Not in the way that I want. I was not expecting that. Ah! So basically, I'm throwing as much scale at this as I can, just to get a little bit of information on what these Earth skills can do. Okay, so stone stories. So we're already at 15 scale. I don't suspect that we're going to be making the 15 on these, though. Where are you, stone stories? All right. Yeah, so it would want an egg for the next step. Fair enough. I'm actually kind of wondering if I can throw an egg in there, but... Actually, all of these are probably going to have the same result. So coil and chasm, similarly. Old moment, actually. Hang on. Oh, interesting. I haven't made an old moment yet. And it's easy to see why. I don't have the resources for it. Okay, so the ventral... Alright, actually, you know what? An old moment isn't that far away from us, so we just need a health and a fear. So we'll read Exorcism for Girls for the fear. Our heart is 56 seconds away, isn't that bad. I have money, I should spend it, so let's send them to the seagulls instead. No, actually, I'll get my earth sign back. So we'll give this some time. Alright, there's my Lethe with Keeper level Nectar. Not Moon. Lethe is a precursor to the Great Ink Maricat. I'm not sure why I needed to, but there we go. This is an Incastum Terminale, one of the great inks. Use it with your journal to record a history and fulfill your reason for coming to Hush House, if you choose. Okay, so this is going to be one that we use as an input, rather than its more exalted purpose. So I need a minute to get my health back. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Now, if I'd like to tame the beastie, I could feed it some, You're kidding me. I could feed it an egg? That's horrifying. Enjoy your brethren! Okay. As much as I would like to explore that, let's just leave that be for now. So we'll give this a minute. Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure what I want to do with the Foss today. I'll probably do something with the Earth sign. The thing I'm most worried about is that building this old moment is probably just going to give me a memory that will go away at the end of the period. Which, again, is fair enough. I don't need to go out of my way to make it do anything too intense, but yeah, like I said, I mean, this is one of these periods where it's actually helpful to experiment, and I'm still finding useful things. I'm not necessarily finding the things I'm directly looking for, and I feel like there's other things I could be doing with the time. So like right now, I could be exploring the house a little bit more to learn more about Abbot Jeffrey, as well as, following up. I still need to put the key in, in here and such. But, okay, better now. But there are also, I'll admit, like, I think above all, there are just some things where I'm like, okay, this is too interesting not to follow up on. So let's see what the Chrysalis has to say about... Oh, right. We were doing the old moment. Alright, recall something lost, something scale aspected. Coil and Chasm with scholar level scale plus memory creates an old moment. Now I suppose one catch here is if it gets too late... here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to recover another Foss specifically so I can make some more money. And then this one will read Wrapped in the King. This is basically so that I can experiment with the this is so that I can experiment with the old moment if it is something that's going to be going away before I need it. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Better now. Okay. 24 seconds before I can make use of that. This keeper level scale, an old moment can lead to an earthquake name. That's exactly what I was looking for. So an old moment, you've had them too, those memories where we seem to look out at the world through another's eyes. What if those moments were real? We're all bug people. Ah! Okay, so that's 3 entries that I just got to fill in. So the real reason why I got this fast was so that I can do this. So we take the old moment. We might as well take the earth sign because what? Actually, you know what? We don't even need to worry about that. We'll just add the earthquake name. Under dorsal, we'll add the nillicant. So 17 before we add anything. And essentially, this is just going to tell us which of the scale aspected memories will give us the earthquake. Okay. Discern a potency of scale. And we'll just do this for each of them. So furs and feathers does not. Stone stories has to, yeah. Okay. That's not surprising. Hollow. So I think that's all of them, but I'm going to do just a quick audit on this list. Okay, Coil and Chasm, Pendiments and Precursors, Serpents and Venoms, and Stone Stories. We all did those. And then for scale is secondary. Horns and Ivories, Hill and Hollow, Wolf Stories. I don't think I did Inks of Power. Oh, probably because I don't have it. Right, I do still have a skill that I don't have yet. Oh, are you telling me how to play the game again? Insects and Nectars is the one with scale? Was that what you were telling me? Okay, so it doesn't make any sense to commit this stuff to it doesn't it doesn't really make any sense to build another earthquake name because I have like I already have one and it's unique. So I think in this case we just take the floss back to the Sweet Bones and make our money back. Well, if you could clarify for me, why were you saying insects and nectar? Help with letters, I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug and not everyone here knows their letters. But yeah, I should be pretty happy that old moments are easy to make because old moments are what get me earthquake names. Now, I was cheating in terms of getting earthquake names, so maybe... Coil and Chasm, I think, is my high... Or is it Hill and Hollow? I think Hill and Hollow might be... So 6. Yeah, so we take the 6, we add the 4 for the old moment. Actually, so now I need to think about how I get the other 5. So if I wanted to make an earthquake name, we would take the old moment. Okay, Hill and Hollow and old moment gives me 10. This is harder than it looks, actually. So I can go up to 13 with the element of the soul, but then I would need a liquid. I would need a 2-scale liquid. And so far as I can tell, there aren't scale liquids. That may not be true, actually. What about the... What about the grim things I find in the mortuary? Well, it's not mortuary, but... examination room. Nope. Okay, so it looks like I'm back to using inks. Now, parabate is 2, so like this is basically how I get my this is how I get my earthquake name. Heart, parabate, old moment, hill and hollow, and an earth sign. So, or perhibiate. But I am going to need to keep in mind how to make one of those. Spelling bees only know one letter Z. All right. I still think that's a good day's work, though. I wasn't expecting us to come out with more money, but we learned something, and yeah, no, this is good. So some of the things that I've been wanting to do and haven't followed up on, I did want to see what the boiling the gull egg would provide. Oh, actually, sorry. There was one other thing I wanted to try. I wanted to see what I could put that egg into. Well, you know what? Let's, while we're waiting, we'll just find an example of an egg. So it is sustenance and a thing, sustenance, and egg. Okay, so it would seem to me that essentially if we want to do something with an egg, we have to do it at the range. I don't think. Now, again, we'll double check because it doesn't help to assume these things. But basically, we've got, the desks don't provide anything. The telescope, that would be madness if you would include sustenance at the telescope. Eat a sandwich while you're observing the heavens. You can see the dispensary possibly providing something like that, but we verified that isn't the case here. Projector, again, why would, popcorn, maybe? The necropsy table is not something we've looked at very carefully. But no. The foundry would also be a potential case, but as you can see here, still doesn't produce what we're looking for. This is just a serving table, so that doesn't really count. And as expected, we've got the range, which does take sustenance. So, alchemist glassware. Again, this doesn't follow. I would be surprised if the altars did, but again, this is the time that we verify. Excuse me. Toolbench used to kind of accept anything, but that's not helpful at this point. I keep forgetting to include the bells as an instrument, incidentally. They count. Okay, the mirror, actually another example of a workbench that I don't look at nearly enough are the mirrors. It is often said that Lady Ava, later, that she was always good with mirrors. I would not be surprised if there is a treasure of the house in that room. Aha! Okay, so the cage also... the cage is actually probably a rather important one for me to keep in mind. Now, I mean, it's worth noting it's only knock and scale, but there's still scale to be worked with here. Exercise yard. Again, kitchen range, not a surprise that we're able to do something there. I'd be shocked if this took sustenance. Bring your egg in with you in the sacred spring. Okay. So, ranges and cages is the story I'm getting here. So that, like, I find that useful just because it gives me some constraints in terms of what kinds of hatching I can do, and I am actually interested in seeing what that provides. All right, another day. Current affairs, what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? We'll either draw a new incident, find a suitable visitor for the current incident, or retire the current incident if there are no visitors left for it. Okay, it's a sunny day, so one of the first things that I'll want to do is read that text. And in fact, I may go so far as to read the Forbidden Epic as well. We'll see what the day brings. I do kind of want to get my ducks in a row on that. So I may not go through to the end of the day today, but it's worth... I think it's worth plotting out the day's tasks. So yeah, actually, here's the... First thing I want to do is actually finally figure out what some of this egg nonsense is about. So we're going to take an earthquake name. I don't think I have any scale. Well, let's not be too hasty. The Stimfling. Yeah, okay. We'll add you. We'll add heart. That's only 10. Well, no, 10's enough. Alright, so that's a start. So we'll throw an egg at this, and we have Stone Stories. Wrong card. Stone Stories. Living... I love the Living Relic. Yeah. Have any of you seen the Living Relic? And I don't think we can put stitching and binding in here. Okay. Oh, no, that's interesting. Okay. Furs and feathers, where'd you go? Okay. I'm expecting this is the same response in each case, but I have a chance to do this work now, so... So yeah, it's just stitching and binding, which is heart and sky. And it's looking for heart. I may not be able to bring what's... Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to try. So I have sort of dedicated eggs, but... Okay, so this should give me a living relic. If I bring a gull's egg... Aha! It was actually a living relic living in here all the time. Okay, that's good to know. What else do I want to know? Let's start with heart. So I think the servant's range takes heart. It does. Okay, so health. I don't have any options. I have to add stitching and binding. Now, unfortunately, I don't think... you know what? So we add one of these. I don't think I have any memories that will help. Yeah, we got a bunch of scale stuff, but not heart. But I am 4 short. And how much you want to bet a Ruby-wise ruin is just the trick. No, it's Grail! Ah! Fortunately, we have the Sacrament Calcite, so... What? Oh, it's Sky. Never mind. Sky? Good God. Okay. Man, that is a... Sky. Jesus. Alright. So I guess I can't use the Fost there. Can I get heart and the... I don't think so. Nope. Down below. And they don't want to make it easy, do they? Okay. We can go back to the kitchen range. Stitching and binding. We don't put the Fost in. That's fine. But we also don't have a relevant sky memory. I have to add the egg. If I have a sky egg, so much the better. Nope. So I somehow need to find a 5 sky seasoning, and I don't think it'll take an ink. Yeah, I don't see this happening. Man, okay. That is a... I am actually going to go so far as to say I think I wrote this down wrong. I don't see how stitching and binding would have an egg as a... where's the music room? This will be an easy one to test because we just add this. Huh. For a scholar level recipe, bind that life to an egg and hatch something that recalls an earlier era. So the funny thing is, if I could somehow get stitching and binding to work with the jail range, I'd be laughing, but unfortunately it really looks like my only option here is the servant's range. Yeah. So if that's true, And I need to find sky for the servants range. I can't add the Fost because it doesn't accept lantern or sky. Music would help here. Looks like the best I can get out of music, though, is 2. So, okay, so we can get up to 7. Ugh. Okay, so we can get to 7 from the skill and the memory. The ingredient has to be an egg. So we'd need to somehow find some kind of 3 sky seasoning. I don't even think the Awakened Feather gives me 3, yeah. So I think basically I need to level up Stitching and Binding to be able to make this stick. Again, unless this were to somehow, you know, become eligible, but... alright, well, I mean, it would have been nice, but I'm not... I don't know, like, I'm not super locked into realizing it. It's more curiosity at this point. We do our next goal, which is to read a big fancy book on Grail. Read a big fancy book on Grail. There is the big fancy book on Grail. Right. So I think the ink is sufficient. I should double check that, but... Yep, 1616. Throw frost at it. Birth. The dream of the conspiracy of the lower skies. The disgraced oracle, Daemon Azenaton, sifts through the tall tales of Penelope of Gordian, the work of the court poet Cal, and the forbidden fragments of the work of adept Aratres, identifying common themes. So, the next task. I want to try and do better with the rose texts. So, I may need to fool around with some memories here. So if I take a look, I guess it's Natan's desk we'd do this at. I'd have to give up my tryst, though, which I don't really want to. Okay, so we take the papers, we would add the Forbidden Epic. I'm lucky that I was allowed to add, of course I can add that. I would take the Lunar Globe. My best rose skill is now Path and Pilgrim. Yeah, okay. So, I would want a Confounding Parable and Gossip, and then I'd want to bring in Reverend Timothy. So we will take Reverend Timothy here. We'll use shop to bring him in. Reverend Timothy's door is always... No, actually, we're going to use whist to bring him in. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. I will use my shop to get gossip. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall them. Actually, you know what? We'll use 108 in this case. Confounding Parable has more aspects. Maybe I don't want more aspects, though. Okay, so I'm getting the memory here because I'm going to use the Forbidden Epic. Oh, actually, no, I need 2 memories. Okay, so I am going to have to give up one of these elements of the soul. Might as well be... Actually, I kind of want more eggs more than I want the things that I get from... I'll still go to Crowcross Sands. Right, Reverend Timothy is always happy for my company and also happy to talk. I gotta wait for the items. So I forgot that I needed 2 because... So the plan here is I'm trying to maximize the surface of things that I have that I can use as supplements. So... Basically here, I'm using a pretty rare item, my Forbidden Epic, to read a rose text. And again, as is always the case, you know, you're never guaranteed the chance to read some of this stuff. And, you know, I just need to set myself up for disappointment on this sort of thing. A visitor interested in opera. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. Okay. Now we can start the reading right away, though. Oh yeah, actually, I guess it occurred to me, I'm pretty much committing everything just to getting everything read here. But that's fine. So let's... I think I may have to use my art... Nope, Trist will still work here. So we take the Red Book of Brittany. We take the Forbidden Epic. We take our Path and Pilgrim. We had the Lunar Globe just to give ourselves a little bit of an edge. Okay, so again, just to recap here, I've got 10 rows right now, I need 12. Where I get the rest of the rows from is either a memory. It will sometimes ask for weather. Now, I don't have any rows weather that's relevant, so I'm not going to consider that. It'll sometimes ask for an assistant, and then it will ask for sort of things and elements of the soul and such. Now, I'm screwed if they ask for elements of the soul, and they ask for them quite frequently. But this is my best bet with what I have right now. And then the aim will be, you know, if this turns out or if this doesn't turn out, I'll bring in another Forbidden Epic. Now, there might be like a clever version of this where I try to make a Forbidden Epic. I just don't see the time really working. I think a Forbidden Epic, if I had everything required, would need 2... I believe the Forbidden Epic would require 2 minutes to generate from the ingredients that I already have, so I'd lose the 1 minute. Yeah, so basically the memory would have to be the last of the extra things for that to be even a chance. But again, the idea here is that we're setting ourselves up for the highest likelihood of this succeeding, knowing that it may fail, but if it doesn't, that I'm going to be able to turn those lessons learned into better rows. Okay. So, The Affair of Apollo and Marsyas, an upcoming production of an opera of a very ancient pedigree indeed. And we have Signor Corso Reverte, manuscript hunter, legacy scavenger, mercenary. Many would question his ethics, few would deny his acuteness. And we have the language, so we will have no regrets helping him out. In fact, we will be quite grateful for the spintro when the time comes. It's also pretty easy to satisfy with Grail or Lantern. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. I don't see too much value in talking with Reverend Timothy. I think we'll help Signor Corso right away. I don't need an appointment, do I? No, I'm not going to the performance. It's not bad, I suppose. I mean, you can hum the overture, but it's not exactly Mozart, if you know what I mean. No, I'm on a mission. Okay, so in this case we're going to find 3 or higher Grail. Someone is going, but he's not really an opera aficionado either. He's more interested in catering. He's bringing a recipe book with him, a sort of recipe book, Carapace Savor Arts. I've been asked to acquire it, but I'm no good with Carapace languages, so here I am, ready to read up on stains. Okay, so the ideal here is a 4 Grail text, if I can find one. Again, I've sort of placed everything around the library. Orchid Transfigurations would have been my best guess here, but 6 is a little high. Oops. Yeah, I mean, moving up to this higher level, we're already jumping up in difficulty. There we go, skeleton songs. Thanks, librarian. I think it's supposed to say no. What to look for now? Keep this between us, will you? I hope I can just buy the book, but it's an owner's reputation. Its owner's reputation is he's not always cooperative, you know. Okay. The other thing I've forgotten to do is again we've got a few curses I've been meaning to get rid of. This one was looking for 7 hearts, so I thought that perhaps Sacris Solis Invicti would help, and it is effective against curses, but it's not a heart curse one. Okay, 25 seconds before we find out if I wasted my Forbidden Epic. Looking good. Let's read the text again. The dream of the conspiracy of the lower skies. The disgraced oracle daemon Azanatan sifts through the tall tales of Penelope of Gordian, the work of the court poet Cal, and the forbidden fragments of the work of the adept Aratres, identifying common themes. Daemon insists that ours, far more than mortals, are subject to their passions, to hatred, even to love, the seasons of famine and plenty, the turn of the earth, the transformations of the furnace. All these are only the results of the enactment of the lesser passions of the hours. Daemon suggests that hours have constrained their rivalry to avoid a war within the House of the Sun. He identifies the fear of the crime of the sky as the reason hours do not satisfy other passions. He speculates on the horrifying possibility of hours turned Alucite. What then would they devour? All right, this is why we waited to make sure we were clear of Newman. We've got gossip, so... It's the great signs and the great scars. That will take it to... Oh, that's not so bad, actually. I'm not 100% sure if I want to try and boost this today because I really don't have a whole lot going for me. Okay, let's see what we're up against. So, stuff, also things, memory, and art. It's educational, so that's 2 that should satisfy it. I'm probably not going to worry about the thing unless it's something that can't be disposed of. Okay, so yeah, we just throw the confounding parable in, and we say, this book is for smart people. There's still a chance. This book is for smart people. The Red Book of Brittany, a volume of ink lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman conquest. The red flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree are constant. The red flower is described as the temptation of suffering, but its suffering can apparently be allayed when the copper fruit is enspelled with nectar aspect and these herbs and infusions techniques. All right, so that's going to need a little bit of unpacking, but there's some interesting information there. It may be something that we've already discovered, but I'm not going to complain about checking this out. Although, it does seem to me that this didn't help me with Rose. So that's a small disappointment because we were rather hoping to boost my... Rose skills off of that. But you know what? Let's, oh, this actually winds up being really helpful for... Okay, actually... Oh! Never mind. This is not exactly... So, like, it's... In one sense, it's a bit of a shame because, it doesn't boost my... it doesn't boost my Rose, but this is a skill that we do not yet have, so... That'll eventually be level 2. Alright, use this lesson to acquire a new skill. We'll definitely wind up renewing a... Okay. So I need a heart... Oh! Interesting. I don't have a ton of time, but yeah, we're spending some money here. So it seems to me like with Shapt... So Signs and Great Scars, we just need Grail and Knock. We already have 2 Grail. And we need 3 to level up the next one. So we're going to need an Element of the Soul for reading a book, and we're going to need an Element of the Soul to level it up. So the Shaft will be the leveling it up element of the soul. Same story with Inks of Power. Okay, yeah, so you know what? This is going to be a little bit of a race. Let's see what we can do here. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. And a bronze Spentria for our trouble. You know what? Now is also a time to get into conversation with Reverend Timothy. If he winds up... I guess gossip or satisfaction doesn't really help us here, but if he gives me something with like a secret history or a scale, that would be very good. In fact, what I probably should do here... I should maximize the chance to get something new from him. So I am actually going to commit the Inks of Power now. Makes me feel a little bad that I did this, because it puts me behind the 8 ball as far as Great Signs, but let's see how it goes. Okay, so realistically, what am I looking at here? I've got a minute between the birds and the fall. Ugh. Yeah, I don't actually see me getting the Great Signs and the Great Scars, so I think I'm just gonna go work at the Sweet Bones for today, and then we'll make the next couple of days working with the Great Signs and the Great Scars. But that's fine, because we need to recover the Forbidden Epic anyway. Oh, that is such a pain. The fear would have been useful for the Inks of Power. I went for the sure thing too early. Oh well. So that's going to be one I want to experiment with a little bit, but... But yeah, so other than the fact that there's going to be a lot of repetition in terms of improving Great Signs and Great Scars, we'll move that up, and we will... I guess, yeah, so I guess in parallel we're going to be boosting up Great Signs and Great Scars. That incidentally is going to be the primary concern. And then the secondary concern... Oh, man. Reverend Timothy really delivered today. And I was too much of a wuss to try and make it happen. We 100% could have leveled both up. But yeah, I'm thinking what we'll do, the first priority is going to be to clear out these lessons, just because I don't want to have too much of a backlog. Secondary concern is going to be to get the Forbidden Epic back. And the Forbidden Epic is basically going to be incrementally building towards that persistent memory, and then as we do that, we read another Rose text. In fact, I'll start moving these over. So this is a 12, that's a 14, so that doesn't work anymore. Oh, okay, actually we only have one more of those to do. I think regret scale as well. No, that's winter. Okay. Yeah, okay, so really, only one text that I can't read is not the end of the world. It does make me a little worried for my ability to handle Rose texts in the future, but that's a tomorrow me problem for sure. Okay, let's see what the weather brings before I commit anything too special. Okay, cloudy day should just be, that's a nice open one for me to work around with. So I do think this is going to be, I think I went like an hour and a half longer than what I'd originally planned, but I think it was worth it, right? We're at the beginning of summer, so we have a nice open day in front of us. We've read every book. We've exhausted the books that were I just need to get the memories, and we've actually made a fairly solid dent on our too hard pile. Really, once we get to the 14 rows, essentially what's happening with the 14 rows is we are really, really hoping that we get like ridiculously lucky with certain draws. And given that we would be giving up a forbidden epic to do so, it is not the sort of thing that I would want to bank on. So that gives me sort of a greater sense of urgency, let's say, in terms of trying to find that special ink. That's going to be something that I think about over time, but we'll save that for another occasion. Other than the fact that I have one more book to read, clearly the biggest sink in terms of elements of the soul will be to just get the great signs and great scars leveled up. And then I think probably, so I think where this is going to go is I'll try to build a forbidden epic. Once I get to building a forbidden epic, I think the next step is to start talking to the special, basically we use the surplus elements of the soul to try and find something like a nun, because again, or a nun or a musician, because both of these are now within my grasp, and actually within my grasp without too much effort. So I think we'd maybe do that until the halfway point of the day, and then at the halfway point of the day, we start using the remaining elements of the souls to either get things from Crowcross Sands, the moor, or what is this called again? The Gull Colony. And alternatively, I look into leveling up to experimenting with certain skills for the remainder of the day. But all of that will be handled on another day. It's not Ogs. Okay. Thank you everybody for watching. Let's take a look and see who is online. Also, Dendrian, I don't know if you're still up. Shame on you if you are. No, not shame on you if you are, but I have an article that I think you might enjoy. If you have not read it, let me know, and I will... I'll give you a link. And Allgrins, thank you very much for your retweets and all of that. I know you've been quiet for the last little while, and I never like dragging out lurkers, but I did see you while I was trying to find another channel. I hope you are doing well, and I will hopefully get a chance to chat with you. But let's worry about the first priority here, which is to find someone to host. Okay. No Cultist Simulator. So what I'm going to do tonight, I actually have two people to talk about. There's Revive Snow, which is the text-to-speech streamer. Now, I hosted them not too long ago. I'd like to host them again, but I do see Kilgore Trout is doing Gothic 3, and I don't get a chance to host Kilgore very often. So I'm going to raid him. Kilgore is a pretty special streamer. He's somebody who streams a lot of classic games on original hardware, and he often talks about either working in a computer store or sort of playing them the first time they came out. So he's a member of GOG's stream team. He was actually the person who streamed after the interview that I did with Weather Factory on the GOG channel. So he's definitely got a unique broadcast, and one that I think does this nice job of sort of, as much as possible, the preservation of some gaming history, which I think is really cool. But in any case, I think he's a good one to host. He's fellow Canadian, based out east in the Atlantic provinces, but don't hold that against him. No. But yeah, no, I think I'm going to leave it there. I will be back on Monday for more Book of Hours, essentially Monday, Wednesday, and Friday until we complete Book of Hours, and then the exceptions to that will be if there is the Dirty Rectangles meetup on Wednesdays. That may actually be next week's one, so just a heads up there. In addition, I will, if there's a holiday, I sometimes also, sometimes I will, what am I trying to say? I will, I'll take the day off. Anyways, I need to finish up. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Bye.
To her.
Oh, when'd you start playing that? Howdy, System Shock. What's up? What's going on? What's going on in the land of you?